Mountains don't care who you are. They don't care how skilled, how prepared, or how desperate you might be. Every year, search teams step into the world above the tree line, where the rules of life and death start to blur. They go looking for the lost, but sometimes what they find defies explanation. Equipment behaving wrong, tracks that circle back, voices calling through dead radios. These are true accounts from rescuers, rangers, and mountaineers who made it back. Barely. This is terrifying true tales. Remote mountain search missions. Bone-chillin' stories drawn from the edge of the map, where nature ends and something else begins. My name is Marisol Jimenez. I serve as a field geologist with the Bureau of Land Management, based out of Casper, Wyoming. Most of my work revolves around soil erosion surveys and post-storm damage assessments across the eastern plains, especially around the area known as Thunder Basin. It's a stretch of land that looks empty until you walk it. Then you realize it's full of history, bones, and stories that didn't make it into any record. The flood warnings came in late that June. Not the kind that make headlines, just the kind ranchers ignore and survey. Teams like mine go check anyway. The Thunder Basin grasslands don't hold water the way mountain valleys do. When rain falls out there, it races across hardpan clay, stripping the topsoil in minutes. By the time you arrive, what was once prairie looks more like desert, flat, shining, and unsettlingly clean. We were sent after reports of a collapsed campsite. Someone, likely a pair of hikers, or maybe surveyors, had been out near the eastern ridgeline before the flash floods came through. A drone pass had spotted what looked like tent fabric tangled around sagebrush. My task was simple: confirm whether any human remains were involved, document the soil loss, and tag coordinates for reclamation crews. The road to Thunder Basin is less a road than a series of scars through the land. I drove a government-issued Tacoma packed with gear, soil auger, GPS, first aid kit, evidence markers, and enough water to last 2 days. My only companion was a local guide named Travis Hart, a contractor who knew the area better than any map. He was the kind of man who talked little but drove fast, chewing sunflower seeds like it was an unconscious ritual. We reached the basin near dusk. The light flattened everything. The ridges, the mesquite, even the wind turbines in the far distance looked painted on the horizon. Thunder Basin got its name for a reason. The storms here roll in silent until they're right over you. You don't hear thunder so much as feel it. Low in the chest, as if the ground itself is hollow. The tent was where the drone had marked it, about half a mile from the ridge. It wasn't collapsed, just anchored to bare ground. The flood had stripped the grass clean away, leaving a patch of clay so smooth it looked poured. The tent pegs were driven deep into it, untouched. Fabric still taut as if someone had left it ready for return. Could be old, Travis said, kicking at the mud around one peg. One buries stuff here, then floods dig it back out. He unzipped the flap. Inside, the air smelled like old nylon and damp paper. A lantern lay on its side, long out of fuel. There was a sleeping bag, flattened, and next to it a small pile of journals. 5 in total, each different. One was spiral, bound and warped from moisture. Another looked like a ranger's field notebook. The rest were assorted hiking logs, the kind you find at trailheads where people sign their names and distances. All of them stopped mid-sentence. I picked up the top one. The ink was blood, but readable enough. A woman's handwriting, neat and careful. June 10th. Camped near the ridge again. Heard them calling just before dark. 2 voices, or maybe echoes. Travis says the wind carries weird out here. I believe him. Still, it sounded close this time. I looked at the next journal. Different handwriting. Dated 2 years earlier. August 3rd. There's something about that ridge. Every night it sounds like someone shouting from up there. We called out once. Shouldn't have. Heard our words come back wrong. I didn't show those lines to Travis right away. He was outside, scanning the ridge through binoculars. From where we stood, the ridge looked ordinary. Just a series of dark rises fading into the horizon. But I'd worked enough flood zones to know ordinary doesn't always mean safe. We logged the coordinates, photographed the site, and radioed the office. No human remains, no gear suggesting an emergency, just the journals. They told us to pack them for analysis and return at first light. Night fell quick in the basin. The horizon turned bruised purple, and the wind dropped. Travis pitched his tent a few yards from the abandoned one. I stayed up documenting soil profiles, trying not to think about the phrase. Heard our words come back wrong. Around 10 p.m., the stillness broke. It started as a faint sound, like a radio picking up static far away. Then came the rhythm of syllables, almost human, rising and falling as if in conversation. I stepped out of the tent and froze. The sound carried from the ridgeline, maybe half a mile east. Travis was already standing outside, flashlight off, listening. Coyotes, he whispered. But I'd heard coyotes. This wasn't that. It wasn't even close. The pattern was too even. 3 calls, pause, 2 more. Then silence. You sure? I asked. He shrugged. Sound plays tricks here. You'll get voices off the bluffs after storms. Like someone's standing right behind you. I didn't answer. My eyes kept drifting to the ridge. There were no lights, no movement, but the plain between us, and it seemed darker than the rest of the basin, as if the flood had left a scar the color of night itself. When the wind shifted, the sound came again. Closer now, carried low. I recorded a short clip on my phone. It caught maybe 2 seconds before the mic distorted, a rising hum that cut to silence. Travis turned in, muttering about early starts. I stayed awake another hour, writing notes by headlamp. The journals, the anchored tent, the strange calls, they were all tied together somehow. I kept telling myself it was geology. Sound reflecting off eroded gullies, vented through rock hollows. There's logic in everything if you dig far enough. Around midnight, a flash of light broke through the tent fabric. Not lightning. Too sharp, too short. I unzipped the flap. A glow shimmered near the ridge, pale and unsteady, like a lantern swinging. Travis was already out again, staring toward it. See that? He said. Probably leftover flares from last week's survey. I offered. But even as I said it, I knew there hadn't been a survey. The weather had canceled all activity for days. We watched the light pulse once, twice, then vanish. Neither of us spoke again until morning. When dawn came, the world looked scrubbed. The basin glowed a dull orange under thin clouds. Our footprints from the night before were still there. Every step toward the abandoned tent perfectly preserved. But no prints led away. I went over the ridge notes again, matching the GPS data from our phones. Something didn't line up. According to the map, the ridge should have been at least a mile east of camp. Yet, when I took a reading, the signal placed it directly northeast, barely half that distance. I recalibrated, but the coordinates kept drifting, as if the ground itself was shifting. Travis looked uneasy for the first time since we met. "This whole section's off," he said. "Compass swings weird after floods. Iron deposits, maybe." "Maybe," I said. But I could tell he didn't believe it either. We broke camp and packed the journals. I sealed each one in an evidence bag and logged their descriptions. The last, the smallest notebook, had a single unfinished line on the final page. "They're calling again from the ridge." No date, no name, just that. I slipped it into my pack and looked once more toward the ridge. The light was gone. The air felt heavy, almost wet, though the sky was clear. Travis started the truck. "You get what you need." "Not yet," I said, glancing back through the window. The ridge looked closer than before. We drove west toward the service road. The radio crackled with static, nothing unusual this far out. Then, faintly, a voice bled through. Female. Distorted, maybe from another frequency. Ridgy again from the ridge. Travis turned the dial off. "Old transmissions bounce around forever out here," he said. Maybe he was right. The plains hold echoes the way mountains hold snow. But the longer I sat there, the more I felt the land wasn't just reflecting sound. It was keeping it. By the time we reached the main road, clouds had begun to gather again over Thunder Basin. I marked the site coordinates for follow, up inspection, and radioed the Casper office. But before signing off, I asked one last question, half curiosity, half unease. Was there ever a missing hiker report filed from that sector? Maybe in the last decade. The dispatcher paused. "Plenty," she said. "Floodplains eat people every year. But if you mean that exact grid, you're the first team we've sent since 2016. The last one didn't file final notes. Weather cut them off mid-survey." I waited. Did they ever come back? Static filled the line, then a soft click. "No record," she said finally. "Maybe it's in the old logs. I'll check." The call ended. The wind rose. Thunder Basin was behind us, flat and shining in the distance. But even from miles away, I could still see that ridge. The place every journal pointed to. The place with no footprints leading there. And somewhere in that hollow silence, I thought I heard it again. A voice, thin as static, calling from the ridge. By the time we got back to Casper, I'd convinced myself the voices were nothing more than wind and echo. The plains can play tricks on even trained ears. Still, I couldn't stop replaying the phone clip I'd recorded. It was short, distorted, but in the hum, there was something structured, almost rhythmic. Not random. I spent that afternoon cataloging journals at the district office. Policy required all physical evidence be logged before any soil data could be processed. The clerks worked quietly behind me as I transcribed each cover initials, estimated dates, and partial contents. When I reached the last one, the small water-warped notebook with the unfinished line, I hesitated. The page edges were stained with a pale residue, as though minerals had leached up from the soil. Under a microscope, I might have called it calcium, but it glittered faintly when it caught the light. Travis didn't come inside. He'd dropped me off and said he had things to check on. When I asked what, he shrugged. "That ridge, it's bugging me. I'll be back tomorrow." He didn't sound like he was joking. That night I couldn't sleep. I pulled up the GIS flood maps for the Thunder Basin region. The area we'd surveyed wasn't supposed to exist, not in the configuration we'd seen. A dry ridge, yes, but not one that curved back on itself like a crescent. The satellite image showed nothing there at all, just a wash of cracked clay and stunted grass. Yet the coordinates from my GPS placed the tent squarely in that non-existent ridge line. I cross-checked against old topographic maps. The same blank gap repeated back through the decades. It wasn't labeled as restricted or private, just unmarked, as if no one had ever recorded it properly. Around midnight, I played the audio clip again. Adjusting the volume low, I used headphones to cut out the hum of my apartment's radiator. The sound rose faintly, 3 tones, then a pattern. When I slowed it to half speed, the rhythm sharpened. It sounded almost like syllables, the start of a word cut off by static. I wrote in my notes possible flood resonance, ridge cavity, or old comm interference. But my pulse was racing. At 2 a.m., a text buzzed through. Unknown number. You should have stayed till dawn. I froze, staring at the screen. Then it vanished. The message deleted itself before I could screenshot. I checked every setting, every log. Nothing. I told myself it was Travis, maybe pranking after a few drinks. Still, I didn't sleep. Morning brought a gray light and the smell of dust in the air. Another storm brewing west of the city. I tried calling Travis. No answer. His voicemail said he was unavailable. By noon, the office line confirmed he hadn't checked in or returned the truck. I told my supervisor I'd drive out again to confirm he was safe and finish the soil sampling. No one argued. Out there, you learn to handle your own follow-ups. The road east looked the same as before, but something felt off. The landscape had lost color. Even the sky seemed bleached. When I reached a turnoff to Thunder Basin, a shimmer of heat hung over the plain, though the temperature was barely 70. Travis's truck sat near the same campsite. Doors closed, keys still in ignition. Mud splashed along the tires. No sign of him. I called out a few times, my voice carrying flat across the basin. Nothing. The only sound was the faint hiss of wind through broken sage. The abandoned tent remained exactly as we'd left it, anchored to bare ground. Inside, the dirt was dry again. Cracked this time, as though the flood had never touched it. The journals were gone. I crouched and brushed at the floor with my glove. A fine powder clung to the fabric, the same glittering residue I'd seen on the notebook pages. It smelled faintly metallic, like old coins. I checked the ridge line. The same crescent shape rose ahead, shadows shifting across its face. From this angle, the slope looked climbable, though I didn't remember it being that close before. I started toward it, marking waypoints every 100 yards. The clay beneath my boots felt brittle, crusted like dried salt. No plants grew here. No insects stirred. The silence was so total I could hear my own breath bouncing back. Halfway across the plain, the wind picked up again. With it came that sound, the same pattern from the night before. 3 pulses, pause, 2 more. This time, I knew it wasn't recording interference. It was in the air itself. "Travis!" I shouted, more out of instinct than hope. The sound shifted. It wasn't an echo. It was an answer. Someone repeated the word back, but slower, drawn out, until it barely resembled my own voice. Travis. Every hair on my arms lifted. I turned on my GPS. The coordinates spun, recalibrated, then froze. Same location reading over and over, though I hadn't stopped moving. I tried recalibrating manually. No response. The ridge loomed larger. From below, it didn't look like a ridge anymore. The face curved inward, almost like the lip of a crater. The soil darkened the closer I got, changing from clay to some granular mix that swallowed footprints within seconds. When I finally reached the base, I saw marks, handholds maybe, along the slope. Someone had climbed here recently. I found a water bottle halfway buried near the edge. The label was from the same brand Travis always carried. It wasn't old. A few feet higher, another object, metal glinting in the dirt. A keychain shaped like a small brass compass. I pocketed it and took a photo for record. Then, against every protocol I'd been trained with, I started to climb. The surface crumbled easily. The higher I went, the more it felt like climbing through packed ash. At 30 feet, I paused to catch my breath. The view behind me stretched endless. Flat basin, sky washed in gray. No sign of movement, no wind. Then I heard it again. Not from above this time, but below. Marisol. The voice came clear male, and close enough that it should have belonged to someone standing at the ridge's base. I looked down. Empty. Marisol. Come up. It was Travis's voice. Or near enough. I wanted to call out, but my throat locked. Something about the tone was wrong. No inflection. No breath between syllables. Just words spoken perfectly, even like playback from a recorder. I climbed faster. The slope steepened until I reached a shallow ledge, halfway up. From there, a narrow crevice split the ridge open like a wound. I could see faint light flickering deep inside. Pale blue, pulsing with that same 3 and 2 rhythm. For a moment I thought of the journals, of the last line. They're calling again from the ridge. I raised my flashlight and shined it into the opening. The beam reached maybe 10 feet before the light bent, refracted strangely as though it hit water. Something shimmered in there, layers of color moving within the rock itself. Then a faint reflection blinked back. Metal, then fabric. A torn piece of orange nylon. The same color as Travis's tent. I called his name again. The sound didn't carry. It folded inward, swallowed like the air itself absorbed it. I don't remember deciding to go in, only that I was suddenly inside. The space was wider than it looked, cool and echoing, with a smell of wet stone. The walls pulsed faintly, light sliding across them like distant lightning behind glass. My phone's GPS blinked once, then froze. In the center of the chamber lay a scatter of objects, torn notebook pages, a broken radio, and a small pile of metal stakes, tent pegs, all bent. On the far wall, something was drawn into the clay. A spiral, made of overlapping fingerprints, pressed deep into the surface. In the middle of that spiral, a single word etched over and over. Listen. I took a step back. The light pulsed again, brighter this time. And beneath it, a sound began to rise. Not static, not echo, but overlapping voices whispering fragments of... I couldn't separate. Somewhere in that tangle of noise, I heard my name again. Then, clear and close, Travis's voice. Calm, distant, like he was already somewhere else. They called me too, it said. I turned toward the crevice, ready to leave. But the opening was gone. Just smooth rock, faintly glowing. My flashlight flickered. My ears filled with pressure like a storm about to break. Then, silence. I don't know how long it lasted. Seconds, minutes, maybe hours. When the sound returned, it was faint, like a radio far away. It was my own voice now, distorted, repeating a line I didn't remember saying. They're calling again from the ridge. And outside. Because somehow I was outside again. The basin looked different. The ridge behind me smaller, flatter, as though it had never been hollow. The truck was still there. The keys, cold in my hand. I don't remember climbing down. I don't remember the drive back. But I know this when I checked my GPS logs that night. The last recorded coordinates placed me inside the ridge. Not above it. Not near it. Inside. The timestamp was 3 hours after I'd lost signal. And attached to that entry, automatically generated by the system, was a single metadata note. Probably an error, but one I can't explain. I filed my report that same night, or tried to. The official system rejected my upload twice, citing data inconsistencies. When I finally got the form through, half the attached files were gone. Photos, voice recordings, and the GPS track from Thunder Basin. The only image that remained was the close-up of the keychain I'd found near the ridge. Everything else showed as corrupted. I didn't mention the voices or the chamber. Instead, I wrote possible sinkhole exposure. One missing contractor, T. Hart. Further investigation required. I sent it and shut my laptop. Sleep didn't come. When I closed my eyes, I could still see that spiral etched into the rock. Those hundreds of prints pressed so deep they distorted into one another. I remembered how quiet it had been inside. No echo, no air shift. Just a hum that wasn't sound exactly, more like vibration in the bones. Around 3 a.m., the power flickered. My phone lit up on the counter, screen already unlocked. The GPS app I'd used in the field was opened by itself. On the map, one single point pulsed red. Same coordinates as before. The inside of the ridge. A message blinked across the bottom of the screen. Outbound transmission pending. Retry, I turned it off. Left it off. Morning brought a thin crust of frost over the truck windshield, even though it was mid-June. When I started the engine, the radio came alive on its own, tuned to a frequency between local stations. The static shifted in bursts, faint tones threading through it. 3 pulses, pause, 2 more. The same pattern. I drove to the office anyway. If I'd stayed home, I might have convinced myself none of it happened. The front desk receptionist looked up when I came in. "You hear from Travis yet?" she asked. "No. His sister called. Said he didn't make it back to town." I nodded but didn't answer. She handed me a printout someone had left overnight, an old field report from 2016. The header read Thunder Basin Flood Survey. Team B. The report listed 3 names. Only one line stood out, handwritten in red ink across the final page. Found journals anchored to ground. Final entry. They're calling again from the ridge. The name under that note was Travis Hart. I stared at it for a long time. The date stamp was August 2016, 9 years before now. When I asked the records clerk about it, she frowned. That can't be right. Travis didn't start contracting for us until 2019. Then who wrote this? I asked, showing her the signature. She compared it to his personnel form. Same handwriting. Same looping H. Maybe it's a copy error, she said quietly. Maybe. But the more I looked, the more I realized every detail matched. His initials, his field unit number, even the make of the truck. I left before anyone could ask questions. By noon I was back on Highway 59 heading east again. The storm clouds that had been gathering for days finally broke open, a curtain of gray rain sweeping the horizon. My windshield wipers struggled against it, and the farther I went, the less the road looked familiar. I should have turned back, but the GPS kept insisting I was on the same route. It wasn't until I reached the basin edge that the rain stopped abruptly, as if I'd driven under a lid. The land lay still and colorless. The ridge was gone. In its place stretched an unbroken plain of cracked earth. Travis's truck wasn't there anymore. I parked where it had been and stepped out. the silence pressed down, thick enough to make my ears ring. I walked the perimeter where the ridge should have risen. My boots sank slightly into powdery soil. Light, metallic, faintly glittering in the overcast light. The same residue from the journals. I dug a few handfuls into a sample bag. When I zipped it closed, the sound echoed sharper than it should have. GPS unit beeped once and displayed new coordinates. Not where I stood, but several meters north, where nothing but bare ground lay. I walked toward it. With each step, the air thickened, like humidity without moisture. Then I heard it again. The pattern far away but growing clearer. 3 calls, pause, 2 more. I stopped. The ground under my boots vibrated faintly, just enough to feel through the soles. The vibration rose into the chest, a low thrum matching that same rhythm. And then, underneath it, a voice. Marisol. It came from below. I dropped to one knee, pressed my palm against the earth. The vibration steadied, almost like a heartbeat. I pulled my hand back. Fine residue coated my skin, shining in the dim light. The wind picked up suddenly, sweeping across the plain and carrying with it a faint chorus of overlapping tones. Words flickered at the edge of recognition. Fragments of sentences that sounded like the journal entries I'd read. They're calling again from the ridge. Heard them last night. Don't answer this time. I turned, scanning the horizon. The storm behind me had sealed the sky shut, but a faint glow, blue, white, trembling, had begun to rise where the ridge once stood. I should have left. I know that. But curiosity has a pull stronger than fear. I walked toward the glow. The GPS kept trying to reroute, compass needle spinning wildly. My steps left shallow prints in the dust. Halfway there, the ground dropped beneath me. Not much, just enough to send me sprawling. When I pushed myself up, I realized I was kneeling at the edge of a depression, circular and perfectly smooth. In the center sat a single tent peg, driven deep into the clay. It was stainless steel, unweathered, as if someone had placed it there seconds ago. A thin cord extended from it, trailing into the dust until it disappeared. I followed the line slowly, unspooling it through my fingers. The cord vanished into a seam in the ground so fine I hadn't seen it before. A fissure no wider than a handspan. From inside it came that hum again. I crouched close. The sound wasn't coming from depth but proximity, as if the air itself were vibrating just below the surface. Then the fissure widened. It didn't crack or crumble, it just opened. No motion, no debris. One moment it wasn't there, the next a slit of darkness stretching away beneath the basin. Inside, faint light pulsed like breath. A voice came through, faint and distant. "Help me. Travis." I called back, and the echo returned immediately. But not with my timing. It overlapped my own words, repeating them before I finished speaking. Then I realized it wasn't an echo at all. Whatever was down there was answering in perfect sync. I took one step closer, light from my phone screen trembling across the opening. The cord tremored once in my hand, pulled taut, and went slack. The hum rose in pitch, carrying with it the rhythm again. 3, pause 2. It vibrated through my teeth, my skull, until I had to drop the cord. The fissure sealed itself silently. Where it had been, the ground was smooth again. No peg, no cord, nothing. I ran then, half stumbling back to the truck, mud and dust sticking to my boots. When I slammed the door, the radio turned on by itself, tuned to static. Through it came a voice. Not Travis's, not mine. Something genderless, distant, looping one sentence over and over. "They're calling again from the ridge." I floored the accelerator. The drive back blurred. Rain fell in waves, and lightning crawled across the clouds without sound. When I reached the highway junction, the GPS finally reconnected. The timestamp on the last saved coordinate Thunder Basin Ridge, June 17, 2016. 9 years earlier, I pulled over, heart hammering, staring at the date. My phone buzzed once. Notification from the field system. Transmission received. File attached. I opened it. The file contained a single audio clip, labeled automatically by the network THBA Cessina 01 WAV. I pressed play. The first seconds were silence, then faint static, then a voice, unmistakably mine. "They're calling again from the ridge." The clip looped endlessly. I sat there until dawn, watching the sky lighten over the plains. When I finally turned the ignition, I noticed my hands shaking. On the passenger seat, the sample bag from the basin glowed, faintly where the early light touched it. Tiny flecks of metal catching fire in the sun. I should have brought it to the lab, logged it, sealed it away like everything else. Instead, I drove straight to the North Platte River and threw it in. The current took it fast, scattering it downstream until it vanished. Back at the office, no one asked about Travis. His file disappeared from the contractor list within a week. The 2016 report vanished too. When I checked the physical archive shelf, there was just an empty space between binders. I stopped trying to explain any of it. Now, sometimes when thunderstorms roll through, the basin makes the same sound. 3 low rumbles, pause, 2 more. The pattern vibrates through the walls of my apartment before the rain even reaches town. Last week, I woke up to find a thin layer of dust across the windowsill, glittering faintly under the streetlight. My phone was on, though I'd turned it off before bed. The GPS app open again, a new point pulsing on the map. Same coordinates. Thunder Basin. And underneath the marker, a single line of text, flickering in and out like poor reception. "They're calling again." My name is Cole Vitery, and I make my living documenting the kind of places most people only see in postcards or satellite images. I'm 34, born in Oregon, raised on the sound of wind against tent canvas. Over the years I've filmed storms on Denali, lava fields in Hawaii, and the aftermath of avalanches in Banff. But Mount Baker was supposed to be different. Less about spectacle, more about light. The goal was to capture the mountain's last glow before winter closed the routes. A short film called Last Light. I didn't know how literal that title would become. We started our ascent late in the season, the kind of October day when the air is clear enough to feel hollow. My climbing partner, Derek Liu, had joined me on a dozen shoots before. He was a geologist turned mountain guide, quieter than me, but stronger in the way that counts, when the slope crusts over and the slope doesn't forgive. We'd planned a 2-day push. One night at the high camp near the Black Butts, then summit before dusk. Everything about it was supposed to be routine. The first day passed almost too easily. The glacier groaned beneath us, crevices sealed by thin snow bridges. Derek teased that I filmed more steps than I took. I told him I wanted to document everything. The air clarity, the tension between daylight and frost, the small human scale against all that ice. I had 3 cameras, 1 GoPro on my helmet, another on a chest mount, and a handheld mirrorless for the drone shots. Each was synced by timecode, a habit from years of editing footage that never matched. That night at camp, the wind came up around 1 in the morning. The tents snapped like sails. and I woke to Derek's voice muffled through fabric. He was laughing quietly, saying something about how the stars looked wrong. I unzipped the tent and saw what he meant. The constellation seemed lower, like the horizon itself had tilted. I filmed a short clip, my breath steaming across the lens, then went back inside. It was the kind of oddity you only notice on mountains, tricks of thin air and fatigue. By morning, the snowfield below us had a single dark trail cutting across it. At first I thought it was shadow, but Derek pointed out the flare residue. An orange streak marking where someone had fired a distress signal. The report a few days earlier had mentioned a missing climber named Evan Ross, last seen near the upper Roman wall. The rescue teams had called off active search after weather shut down visibility. But locals said his flare had been spotifully one evening before disappearing above the clouds. We debated whether to follow the mark. It curved northward, away from our intended route. Derek argued that the path might intersect ours higher up anyway, and he wanted to check in case we found gear or evidence worth reporting. I agreed, mostly because the footage would add depth to the film. Human traces against indifferent terrain. So, we followed it. By late afternoon, the sky had that pale copper wash. That means the sun is going but hasn't quite surrendered. My altimeter read 9,800 feet, half a mile from the summit ridge. The flare trail grew narrower, curling upward instead of descending, as if whoever fired it had been aiming at the sky, rather than for help. My camera caught everything Derek ahead. His figure small against the white plain, the sound of crampons biting through crust, the sharp rhythmic breathing that every climber knows. When we reached the end of the flare path, there was no body, no backpack, just an ice axe planted deep into the slope, its handle glistening like it had been heated before thrust in. Steam rose faintly around it, too steady to be sunlight. Derek leaned close, touching the metal with a gloved hand, then pulled back fast. "It's warm," he said, sounding uncertain. I filmed it from every angle, assuming geothermal venting, or maybe friction heat trapped in the rock seam. But the snow around it was undisturbed. No prints, no debris, not even melt runoff. Just the axe standing there like punctuation. The light dimmed faster than expected. Clouds dragged in from the west, blue, black, and heavy with ice. Derek wanted to descend before the ridge iced over. I agreed, reluctantly, turning the camera toward the valley below for a last wide shot. That's when I noticed the reflection. On the far slope opposite us, maybe 1,000 yards away, something metallic flashed once, then again rhythmic, like someone signaling with a mirror. I zoomed in, but the wind caught the lens and the image blurred. When I steadied it, the flash was gone. We started down. The slope that had looked gentle going up now felt steeper, the surface turning brittle under our boots. Derek led, driving anchors as we descended. I kept filming despite the cold, narrating into the mic the time, altitude, and direction for editing notes later. 5 Fordham. The footage shows us laughing about how anticlimactic the climb had been. Just 2 guys chasing sunset light and stumbling into old search remnants. That's the last normal thing on the recording. The final 15 minutes of video are gone. The file ends abruptly, no corruption warning, no missing frames. When I recovered the SD card later, the timecode stopped at 17:4:60:32. After that, nothing. No blackout, no static, just absence. But I remember clearly we were still climbing down when it happened. It began with a noise. Low, almost subsonic. Like wind passing through hollow stone. It made my ribs vibrate. Derek thought it was ice cracking somewhere beneath, so we paused to listen. The sound pulsed, irregular, fading, and then returning closer. I looked up the slope and saw a shape moving along our trail, slow but deliberate, as though retracing our steps. The fog had thickened, and I could only make out dark against darker. Derek said my name quietly, not as a question, more like a reminder to keep calm. We clipped into the rope again, though neither of us mentioned why. Visibility dropped to 10 feet. The snow took on that dim bluish tint that comes before full night. I switched on my headlamp and caught something glinting beside Derek's boot. Another flare casing, partially buried, but newer than the ones we'd seen. The label hadn't faded. I pocketed it, more out of reflex than curiosity. Then Derek's radio crackled. A fragment of voice came through, impossible to place. Just the end of a sentence, still climbing then. It was his own voice. We both froze. He replayed the recording from earlier that day, thinking maybe he'd accidentally broadcast one of our log entries. But the timestamps didn't match. He spoke into the mic. "This is Lou. Identify, static." Then the same phrase repeated. Still climbing then. This time layered, like several voices echoing the same words at once. The sound made the ice vibrate under my feet. I told him to cut the radio, but he was already turning it off. The noise stopped. We descended faster after that, pacing by instinct. Every few minutes I'd glance behind us. Once, I thought I saw light again. The same metallic flash. But now closer, almost parallel to our path. Derek didn't want to look. He said, if it was reflection, it could be from the drone light I'd left in my pack earlier. Except the drone wasn't on. I'd checked its battery before we left camp empty. By the time we reached the last ridge above our tents, the mountain had gone completely dark except for the faint, red line of sunset far below the clouds. I filmed one last panoramic sweep. The snowfield, the shadowed ice fall, the distant valley lights of Bellingham. Derek said quietly, "Let's not talk about the axe when we get back." I didn't ask why. Maybe he didn't want to sound superstitious. Maybe he didn't want to admit that for the first time in years, he didn't understand what we'd seen. We reached camp around 8:00 p.m. The wind had died. The tents were dusted in frost untouched. I checked the GoPro battery, then the handheld. Both read full. I hit playback to review the last clips, just to make sure the gear had captured the summit sequence. The screen froze after the shot of the axe. Then, nothing. The footage stopped cold, time counter fixed at 17:46. Derek came over, squinting at the screen. "Maybe file error," he said. I wanted to believe that, but when I tried to record again, the camera wouldn't start. Same with the chest mount. Even the drone refused to power on. Every piece of tech that had recorded the upper slope was dead, as if drained at the same instant. Only my wristwatch still ran, ticking steady and calm. That night, I dreamed we were still climbing. The same slope, same light. Except we never reached the ridge. We just kept ascending, the horizon staying always half a mile away. I woke to the sound of fabric rustling, expecting wind, but it was Derek outside, speaking softly into his radio. I couldn't make out the words. He stopped when I unzipped the tent. "Couldn't sleep," he said, eyes fixed upslope. "Thought I saw the flare again. There was nothing visible except stars. The pattern looked right this time." We packed at dawn, neither of us talking much. On the descent, the snow had shifted. Our tracks half, filled as though days had passed overnight. When we reached the ranger station, I handed over the flare casing and mentioned the axe. The officer on duty, an older guy named Harper, listened without expression. He said the rescue logs listed Evan Ross as still missing. I asked whether they'd recovered his equipment. Harper nodded slowly. Everything except his axe. He said I thought that was the end of it. But when I reviewed the raw audio files later, one clip had survived past the video cutoff. It was a sound recording I didn't remember starting. The timestamp read 17:47:08, the minute after the footage stopped. It's only 12 seconds long, wind, breathing, and a faint metallic hum beneath it, pulsing like a heartbeat. Then a voice, mine but warped, saying, "We're still climbing then." When I got home, I didn't unpack right away. My gear bag sat by the door for 3 days, still caked with snow crust. The mountain felt like residue, something that wouldn't wash off. Every night, I replayed that 12-second audio clip. The hum under the wind wasn't feedback. It had rhythm, like breath pulled through metal. I ran it through filters and editing software, trying to isolate frequency bands. Nothing natural matched. When I inverted the waveform, the hum became voices. Not words, just the sound of mouths shaping them. Derek didn't want to talk about it. He sent me a text 2 days after we got down, deleting footage. "Don't post anything yet. Give it time." I asked what he meant by "give it time." He didn't reply. By the end of the week, I called him. The line rang once before going straight to voicemail. His social accounts went dark that same day. For someone who usually posted every climb, that silence felt deliberate. I told myself to move on. Projects always left ghosts. Sounds you couldn't explain, images that vanished in glare. I'd filmed dust storms that looked like faces. I'd seen lightning strike so close it froze my camera. All of it could be reasoned out. Mount Baker would be no different, except one thing kept pulling me back. The missing climber Evan Ross. When you spend time in mountaineering circles, you learn that the word missing has a strange half-life. It can mean lost, presumed dead, or sometimes just forgotten. People vanish on mountains for all kinds of reasons: weather, icefall, exhaustion, panic. But the flare we found didn't fit. Firing upward made no sense. And the ice axe, planted warm in sub-zero air, that broke every rule of heat transfer I knew. So I started researching. Public SAR logs, climber forums, even archived ranger bulletins. Evan Ross had been 31 from Bellingham. Last seen on Baker 12 days before our climb. Solo attempt. Experienced. His last recorded location matched the same ridge where we'd found the axe. The official report mentioned possible flare sighting above cloud deck. Direction uncertain. The search concluded after 72 hours due to worsening weather. No body recovered. I called the ranger station again and asked for Officer Harper. He remembered me immediately. "You're the filmmaker," he said. I asked if the axe had been retrieved since. Silence on the line. Then, we didn't go back up there. Too unstable this late in the season. I said I could volunteer to help next time they sent a team. Harper hesitated. "You don't want that hill again," he said. "People start seeing things up there when the light turns." That phrase stuck. When the light turns. 2 nights later, I drove north. I told myself I just needed closure. Maybe a pickup shot for the film's ending. An empty mountain, a new dawn. Nothing dangerous. Just a 1-day hike to the Black Butts. Base to photograph the glacier in winter tone. I reached the trailhead at dawn. The parking lot was empty except for one Ranger truck and a faded Subaru with frost-covered windows. No footprints led from it. I checked the dash. A park pass expired last season. The name on it, Evan Ross. The air felt too still. On most mornings, Baker hums with distant wind, the kind that rolls down glacier slopes like breath. That morning, it was quiet enough to hear my bootlesses scrape. I started up the trail with a smaller pack this time. Just the handheld camera, a drone, and my ice axe. The snow crust was firm, the kind that carries weight before collapsing an inch. I recorded time stamps aloud, partly to keep rhythm, partly because silence made me anxious. At 8,000 feet, I stopped where we'd camped before. The tent spots were gone, erased by fresh snowfall. Only a faint depression marked where Derek's pack had lain. I found one thing half buried. A flare casing, newer than the others. Its surface wasn't corroded, and the pull tab was missing. I pocketed it and looked up. The ridge above shimmered faintly. I thought it was morning sun bouncing through ice crystals until I realized the direction was wrong. The light was coming from below the ridge, not above it. The ascent grew harder after that. My crampons slipped on a thin glaze coating the surface. Every few minutes I'd glance at the valley to orient, but visibility kept changing. Pockets of fog drifted across like smoke, forming shapes that lingered just long enough to suggest motion. Around noon, I reached the place where we'd found the axe, or where it should have been. The snow there had collapsed inward, forming a shallow depression. I probed with my pole, half expecting metal resistance. Nothing. The air smelled faintly burnt, like ozone after a storm. I set the camera on a tripod and started narrating. Site of last known position of flare trail, upper Roman wall section. Approximately 9,800 feet. No sign of original artifact. My voice sounded detached, like someone reading a script. Then I heard the hum again. Faint, but unmistakable. The same frequency as on the recording, rising and falling in slow waves. I turned the camera toward the slope below. Nothing moved. The hum faded, replaced by a crackling noise. Like radio static, only with depth. A voice pushed through. "Viteri, do you copy?" It was Derek. I froze. The transmission was weak, breaking under interference. But I recognized his cadence. I fumbled for my handheld radio, though I hadn't brought one. The sound was coming from my camera's mic. "Derek," I said into it. "Where are you?" No response. Just the same breathing distortion, then my own voice repeating back. "We're still climbing then." The snow under my boots shifted. I looked down. My prints were filling themselves, snow drawing inward without wind. The hum grew louder, synchronized with my pulse. I grabbed the camera, but the feed stuttered. For a moment, the screen showed two figures climbing ahead of me. Same gear, same pace. One looked back. The helmet visor caught the light and flashed silver. I blinked, and the image vanished. The slope was empty again. That's when I decided to turn back. The descent felt longer than the climb. Landmarks didn't line up. I passed the same boulder twice, the same ridge shadow 3 times. The sun hadn't moved. My altimeter dropped from 9,400 to 900, then climbed back to 9,600 without me ascending. I thought the device was malfunctioning until I realized it was the same pattern as before. The altimeter rising while I went down. By the time I reached the lower glacier, the sky was dimming, though it was only mid-afternoon. My breath fogged thick and hung there instead of fading. I stopped to check my camera battery. It showed 72% when I tried to review the last footage. The file list rearranged itself, timestamps looping back 12 minutes, then freezing at 17:46C32. The same cutoff. Something about that exact time, every device ending there, felt intentional. I kept walking, too aware of how quiet everything was. The hum had stopped, but silence had taken its shape. At 6,000 feet I saw movement again. A person descending the slope toward me, maybe 200 yards away. Same red jacket Derek had worn. I waved. No reaction. The figure's steps matched mine exactly. Stop when I stopped, move when I moved. It wasn't until I raised the camera zoom that I saw it more clearly. There was no face behind the visor, just a wash of light reflecting outward, too bright for the dull sky. My instinct wasn't fear. It was confusion, like watching footage play backward. I took one step closer. The figure mirrored it. Then it lifted its arm and pointed upslope. Behind me, the ridge flared red. I turned just in time to see a flare arc high, curve midair, and vanish into cloud. It had been fired upward. A trail of orange smoke lingered, curling against gravity. When I looked back downslope, the figure was gone. I don't remember the next hour clearly. I think I ran. The next clear memory is of reaching the trailhead near sunset. The Subaru was still there, same frost. But now my own truck had a thin coating of ice, like it had been sitting for days. My watch read 5:44 p.m. But the sky had that same copper wash as when Derek and I turned back. The exact light, the same position of the sun. I started the engine. Heater blasting, hands shaking too hard to film. On impulse, I checked the camera again. The last file was 12 seconds long. Wind. Breathing. Then, a faint metallic hum, rising, and a voice, mine again, saying, half a mile from the summit. That night, I booked a cheap motel in Glacier, the small town near the park entrance. The clerk didn't look up when I came in. Just slid a key across the counter. When I asked how long they'd been open that season, he said, "We close after tomorrow." The room smelled like bleach and wet carpet. I turned off the light, meaning to rest, but the TV powered on by itself, screen gray with static. A faint voice came through the white noise. "Vitary, do you copy?" I unplugged it. The sound continued faintly from the wall behind. I barely slept. When dawn came, it looked identical to the day before. Same pale sky, same thin line of sun. My phone showed the day as October 19th, the day Derek and I had first started our climb. I checked twice. The calendar reset each time. By afternoon, I drove back to Bellingham. Harper wasn't at the station. The younger ranger at the desk looked confused when I asked. "Harper retired 3 years ago," he said. I stared at him, waiting for the joke. He didn't smile. He pulled up the record for Evan Ross. "We found him," the ranger said. "Last month. Body recovered near the Roman wall section. He'd been gone a long time." I asked about the date of recovery. He read from the file. October 18th, 2023. That was the day before I climbed. I didn't drive straight home. I kept the car moving, circling through the small towns north of Bellingham like distance might make sense of it. The gas gauge dropped slower than it should have. By the time I reached the coast, the sun was already setting again. Same angle, same copper tint. The light wasn't fading, it was replaying. At a turnout overlooking the bay, I parked and watched the sky. The hum came back, low and steady, as if the car itself remembered the mountain. The radio lit up without sound. The display flickered through numbers, then froze on the 1746. I shut it off and just sat there, breathing in the salt air until it hurt. I told myself the simplest explanation was always right. Memory distortion, altitude fatigue, maybe even seal from the tent heater. But every time I tried to anchor myself in logic, something small would shift. My watch stopped. My phone date changed back to the 19th. When I finally made it home, the house felt too cold for late autumn. I left the pack by the door again, same as before. The lights flickered once when I turned them on. The SD card with the footage sat on my desk. Black and ordinary. I didn't touch it for hours. Around midnight, I gave it. I loaded the files into the editing software and started reviewing from the beginning. Everything up to the ice axe looked normal. Clear visuals, crisp sound. Then the timeline jumped. Frames duplicated, audio warped, and the footage began looping small gestures. Derek turning his head, me adjusting the tripod, snow particles hanging midair longer than they should. When I advanced frame by frame, I noticed something else. Behind Derek, at the far edge of the shot, there was another figure. Just for one frame, standing at the same angle as me, holding the same camera. I thought it was lens flare at first. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. The outline was exact. Helmet, harness, even the strap of the camera mount. Me. I stopped the playback. The computer fan hummed like wind through crevice ice. I unplugged the drive, threw it in a drawer, and went to the window. Outside, the neighborhood slept under a clear sky. The mountain's outline was faint on the horizon, its peak catching the last trace of sunset, still the same shade of red, gold as the day we climbed. I stayed there until the glow disappeared. Only it didn't. At 2 a.m., I could still see the light on Baker's summit, a constant ember, unmoving. My rational mind said it was town reflection or a distant aircraft. But the angle never changed, and the intensity never dimmed. The next morning, I called the ranger station again. Different officer this time, someone younger. I asked about the mountain's light visibility at night. He paused before answering. You mean the flare? What flare? Some tourists said they saw one above the Roman wall last week, he said. We checked radar. No aircraft. Weather balloons, maybe. Last week I hadn't been back since that day. I hung up. The hum started again. Faint. Vibrating through the floorboards. The camera light on my desk blinked once, though it wasn't plugged in. I pressed the power button. The screen lit and displayed a single-file Baker 1746. MOV. I hadn't titled any clip like that. When I opened it, the image showed me sitting exactly where I was. At my desk, the same light, same shirt. Then the version of me in the video looked up and said quietly, "Don't go back." The clip ended. I shut the camera off and backed away. The house felt smaller, walls closing in like the inside of a tent during wind. Every instinct said to get out, get open air, break the pattern. So I packed again. Minimal gear, just in case, and drove north for the third time. The closer I got to the mountain, the more the day blurred. My phone compass spun slow and steady, same rhythm as that old hum. The sun hovered low, never climbing higher than early evening. The trees cast shadows in two directions. When I reached the trailhead, the Subaru was gone. In its place sat a single pair of boot prints leading toward the slope. Mine, they were mine. I checked the pattern. Same crampon marks. Same stride. Fresh. I followed anyway. The mountain was quiet, the kind of quiet that absorbs thought. Every sound I made seemed to echo a half-second late. The snow was firm again, just like that first evening. I passed the black butts, reached the ridge, and knew what I'd find even before I saw it. The ice axe was there, planted exactly as before, steam curling upward like breath. My glove hesitated before touching it. It was warm again, maybe warmer than my hand. A single strip of red cloth was tied around the handle. Derek's marker tape. Behind me, a voice said, "Cole." I turned fast, but there was only wind. Then it came again, closer. "Cole, don't look up." I looked up anyway. The summit above was glowing. Not from sunlight. This was deeper, like the snow itself was lit from beneath. Within the glow, small shadows moved, slow and deliberate. For a second, I saw outlines. People climbing, dozens of them, all in the same slow rhythm. Each time one lifted an arm, the light pulsed. My camera started recording on its own. The red indicator blinked, though I hadn't pressed anything. I lifted it instinctively, framing the ridge. Through the viewfinder, the image was clear, Derek at the front, followed by a second figure. Me. I should have run. Instead, I kept filming. The hum grew louder, pulling air from my lungs in sync. My ears popped like pressure dropping fast. The figures on the slope turned their heads at once, all in perfect unison. Their faces reflected back the same light. No features, just reflection. I said something. I think my own name. But the sound came back layered, dozens of versions echoing each other, all slightly out of sync. The ground trembled, snow cracked in long, slow seams. The axe tilted, slipping free. When it hit the ground, the glow snapped out. Darkness. The next thing I remember was waking up in a snow cave, though I never built one. My gear was stacked neatly beside me, battery lights green. My watch read 17:46 or 32. I crawled outside expecting dawn. Instead, the sky was in that same eternal dusk, half a mile from night. I descended by instinct, but the terrain didn't match any map. The glacier walls leaned at wrong angles. Horizon folded like a mirrored image. Every few minutes I'd catch a glimpse of myself ahead, walking, stopping, turning, as though I were always a step behind. Once, I passed an old camera embedded in the ice. My initials were etched on the side. Somehow, I reached the trailhead again. The ranger truck was there, engine idling, doors open. Inside sat Officer Harper. He looked older, thinner, but alive. He watched me with the stillness of someone who's seen this before. "Thought you'd come back," he said. "How long have I been gone?" He tilted his head, studying me. "You never left." I wanted to argue, but words didn't come. The hum started faintly again, rising under our voices. Harper reached over and shut the truck off. "Don't listen to it," he said. "That mountain keeps what it wants." I asked about Derek. He looked out the windshield. "No one by that name on any record," he said quietly. "Only your permit. Solo ascent, October 19th. I checked my pack. 2 harnesses, 2 helmets, 2 radios." He didn't look. Before I could speak, his radio crackled. Static, then a voice, bass to Harper. 2 climbers sighted near Summit Ridge, appear to be ascending. One matches Vitary description. Harper didn't respond. He just stared at the radio until the static faded. Then he said, "You should go." I did. I don't remember driving home. I woke later, days, maybe weeks, in my own bed. Snow still dusted the windowsills, though it wasn't winter anymore. On my desk, the camera waited. A new file had appeared overnight. Last light final. MUV. I hadn't touched the device since the mountain. I played it once. It began with the view from my chest mount. Climbing in bright daylight. Derek ahead, calling back about light conditions. Then the flare appeared, arsing upward, trailing smoke. The screen froze on a single frame, my own gloved hand holding the axe, planting it into the slope. Steam rose around it. Then the image shifted. The camera turned toward the lens itself, capturing its reflection in Derek's visor. Inside that mirrored surface was not sky or snow, but my office, the desk, the computer, the light exactly as it was now. The version of me in the reflection looked up and smiled. The video ended at 17:46:32. I don't know how long I sat there afterward. The sun outside dimmed, not setting, just thinning into copper. The mountain on the horizon burned faintly with that same impossible glow. My camera light blinked once, steady then off. I think about what Harper said. The mountain keeps what it wants. Maybe it doesn't take bodies. Maybe it takes moments, freezing them until they loop forever. Half a mile from the summit, half a second before turning back. My name is Jonah Vale. I'm 32 years old, a freelance cartographer and outdoor surveyor based in Maine. I spend most of my working days on Forest Service contracts, walking boundary lines, confirming coordinates, correcting digital topography where GPS data tends to go fuzzy under dense canopy. I've been doing this kind of field work long enough to know how easily a person can get turned around, even with satellite coverage and backup gear. The woods distort more than direction. They warp judgment. That October morning, I set out alone from the township of Jackman to verify a set of discrepancies between an old state recreation map and the updated LiDAR overlay for a parcel west of the Kennebec River. According to the data, a faint spur trail shown on the 1998 edition Should Have Dead ended at an abandoned logging site. On the new overlay, the trail didn't appear at all. That sort of thing wasn't unusual. Sometimes an old tote road reverts to brush. Sometimes the scan misses a thin clearing. But my job was to reconcile those inconsistencies before the snow came in. I left my truck at a small pull, off around 8 a.m., temperature about 45 degrees, sky overcast. I marked my start point on both my Garmin and my paper topo, packed the usual kit: compass, barometer, notepad, handheld GPS, trail mix, spare batteries, first aid pouch. Standard day hike, maybe 8 miles out and back. I expected to finish before sunset. The first few miles followed an established ATV route. Muddy in spots but still clear. Fallen birch leaves clung to the ruts, slick underfoot. The forest here was typical northern hardwood mix: maple, spruce, yellow birch. The slope rose gently, then leveled into a plateau that hadn't been logged in decades. Quiet place, thick air. The kind of silence where your own breathing sounds out of place. At about mile 3, the track narrowed into what used to be a skid trail. Branches clawed at my sleeves. I checked my coordinates every few minutes, watching the blue line on my Garmin creep toward where the map showed the old clearing. Everything matched until the moment it didn't. When the path bent north, my device froze. The little arrow just stopped mid-turn, hovering over a patch of nothing. I waited, gave it time to recalibrate. No signal loss indicator, no error code. Just paused. I tried cycling it off and on, still locked. I assumed the canopy density was interfering, so I switched to compass and manual pace count, intending to continue another quarter mile before checking again. The air changed around then. Hard to describe precisely. Still windless, but somehow open, like stepping out from under a roof. The light brightened ahead through the trees, diffuse but real. I expected maybe a wetland, a patch of sunlit bog. Instead, the trail opened onto a meadow. It stopped me cold. There was no meadow marked anywhere in this grid square. No gap wide enough to register even on satellite imaging. Yet here it was, roughly 200 feet across, an oval depression ringed by young pines, grass up to my knees, pale from frost. The ground sloped gently inward, soggy near the center as if water pooled there seasonally. It looked natural, but the edges were too even, as though something had flattened the perimeter clean years ago, and saplings had regrown in a near-perfect ring. I logged a note, unmapped clearing approx 200 diameter, and took bearings to each quadrant, east 95 degrees, west 275 degrees. Elevation consistent with ridge contour. Nothing out of alignment, except its existence. I walked the perimeter, photographing as I went. My watch still ticked normally, my compass behaved. But when I tried restarting the GPS again, it booted to a static map showing only my starting waypoint from hours earlier. No breadcrumb trail, no position. It wasn't dead, battery fine, screen intact, but it refused to acquire satellites. Technology glitches aren't new in these woods. Multipath interference, magnetic distortion from iron, rich rock, even weather fronts can screw with reception. But usually, you at least get error messages. This one looked confident, just wrong. Halfway around the clearing, I noticed something stranger: my voice. I'd been muttering field notes into my recorder, as I always do to save writing time. When I paused mid-sentence, a faint echo came back. Not the kind you get off cliffs or hard rock, but a softer mirror, delayed maybe half a second. Enough to make me think I'd spoken twice. I tried again. Test. Veil log. Time 11:38. Val log. Time 11:38. It answered, same tone, same cadence. Slightly blurred like playback through cloth. I froze. The line of trees ahead looked ordinary. Just trunks and shadow. But the air between them felt dense, like sound bouncing inside a hollow. I waited for the echo to repeat. Nothing. Wind teased the grass, barely there. I told myself it was acoustic bounce. Temperature inversions sometimes trap sound in weird ways. I even remembered a case from training where a surveyor heard his own hammering. Echoed half a mile through a forest bowl. Logical. Explainable. Still, I found myself speaking quieter after that. By noon, clouds thickened. I'd circled the clearing once, taken photos from all sides, and was about to cut southwest, toward the main trail to close the loop. When I checked my compass, the needle drifted lazily before settling again. Maybe a small magnetite vein. I marked the bearing and started walking. The forest closed in fast, pines shoulder tight, needles underfoot muffling every step. After maybe 10 minutes, the light dimmed more than it should have. I checked my watch. 12:42 p.m. Then I glanced back. The clearing was gone from sight already. That's how quick these woods swallow distance. I kept my heading steady for another 5 minutes before realizing the slope hadn't changed. According to topo, I should have been descending toward a streambed. Instead, the ground stayed level. I tried cross-checking with terrain features, but everything looked too similar. Same moss, covered stones, same leaning cedar, same faint ruts like animal paths. When I stopped to reorient, I caught the echo again. A single word this time: stop. I hadn't said anything. The sound came from behind, muffled yet unmistakably my own voice. I turned, heart thudding. Empty trees. No movement. Then silence again, perfect and complete. I forced myself to breathe slow. Sound can play tricks when you're tense. Auditory pareidolia, projecting patterns into random noise. I'd been out here for nearly 5 hours alone. My brain wanted company. That was all. I made a rule for myself then. No reacting to sound until verified by sight. I repeated it aloud just to cement it. My echo didn't answer this time. At 1 o'clock sharp, drizzle started. I pulled up my hood and quickened pace, determined to reach the main trail before the footing turned slick. Every few hundred feet I checked my compass, still holding true southwest. But after another 20 minutes, the terrain betrayed me again. I emerged into open light, the clearing, exactly the same. Same flattened oval, same frost-stained grass, same little birch stump near the far edge where I'd rested earlier. I recognized my own boot tracks, looping halfway around it. I'd come out almost where I'd entered before. I laughed then, short and breathless. Not out of humor, just disbelief. I checked my pace count, recalculated the bearing. There was no physical way I should have entered the same space unless my compass drifted more than 40 degrees. But it read steady as ever. I took a break to eat and think. Hunger has a way of making simple math seem impossible. Maybe I'd subconsciously curved my route, correcting toward light without realizing it. Maybe the terrain funneled me back. Nothing mystical about it. The woods make circles of everyone eventually. After lunch I tried a different approach. Due east, keeping a constant sun reference through the thinning cloud. I used the inclinometer on my compass to maintain slope, verified against topo lines. 10 minutes in, same pattern, light darkens, trees close, air thickens, then brightness again ahead. The clearing returned. This time I didn't walk out of it. I stopped at the threshold, staring into that washed-out grass. The drizzle had stopped, no fog, no obvious landmark to distort orientation. I could even see my earlier footprints, crisscrossing inside like a maze with one entrance. That's when I admitted to myself I was genuinely lost. Not directionless, but trapped in a pattern I couldn't map. I turned back the way I'd come and forced a new route north by compass. 30 steps in, I decided to test something. I marked a trunk with my knife, one clean diagonal slash, and continued another 100 paces. When the forest began to open again, my chest tightened. I already knew what I'd find. The same mark, same trunk. I don't remember cursing, but the audio log caught it. My voice, low and shaking, muttering coordinates that didn't correspond to any grid point I'd recorded. The rest of the afternoon became a blur of recalculations. I tried triangulating on landmarks, but nothing stable appeared through the canopy. My GPS remained frozen. Cell phone read searching. I resorted to hand-drawn bearings, but each line ended where it started. At 4:15, the light began to fail earlier than expected. Heavy clouds, rain threatening again. I decided to make camp near the clearing, rather than risk stumbling through dark woods. The ground there was at least open and relatively dry. I pitched my tent on the western edge, facing the tree line. The grass compressed easily, as though others had camped here before, though I saw no sign. No fire pit, no trash, no broken twigs. When I zipped myself in, the wind finally picked up, whistling faint through the needles. I recorded one last note before sleep. October 14th, 2023, 17:52 hours. Location uncertain, possibly west of Kennebec parcel grid F11, though coordinates unstable. Found unmapped clearing. GPS malfunction persists. Possible magnetic anomaly. Will attempt exit route at first light. When I played the recording back to confirm clarity, a second voice overlapped the last line. Same tone, same cadence, a half-beat delayed. Will attempt exit route at first light. It wasn't a glitch. The waveform showed two distinct layers. Mine and another, almost identical, staggered just enough to make it real. I listened again. The second voice faded first, then silence. The first thing I noticed after closing my eyes was how loud the silence became. Out here, you get used to small noises. Branches snapping, rodents rustling, owls calling from far ridges. But that clearing didn't seem to host anything living. Even the wind skimmed it instead of passing through. I tried not to think about the recorder. I convinced myself I'd somehow doubled the input while speaking, a feedback loop from the mic or phone nearby. Field gear hiccups like that all the time. But the truth was simpler and less comfortable. I didn't know what had gone wrong, and that's what my brain wouldn't let rest. The tent fabric rippled once around midnight. No gust, no steady wind, just a single push like air displaced by something walking past. I sat up listening. Nothing followed. I checked my watch, hours 07, and made a note on my notepad, have to calm myself, wind shift, south to north. No precipitation. Then I lay back down and waited for sleep that didn't really come. When dawn finally hinted gray through the nylon, I felt wired and brittle, like my body had never stopped being half alert. The rain hadn't returned, but fog had rolled in instead, thick and colorless. I could barely see the line of trees 10 meters out. I packed quickly. Tent, food bag, everything, leaving no trace. Whatever anomaly had pulled my bearings off yesterday, I wanted clear of it before full light. I said adieu, west heading this time, intending to intercept an old logging corridor that should cut across within 2 miles. Even without GPS, I could follow a bearing that far by compass and pacing. For the first half hour, everything looked normal enough. Moist air, pine needles sticking to my boots, low mist curling between trunks. I kept my stride steady, counting under my breath to maintain rhythm. At 300 paces, I stopped to check direction. Needle steady. Terrain sloping gently down now. Good sign. At 400, I heard water. A small stream, exactly where one should be according to the topo lines. Northeast branch of Held Brook. Relief hit me like caffeine. I dropped my pack and crouched to refill a bottle. The water was cold, clear, fast. I marked the crossing on my map by hand, since my Garmin still displayed that frozen coordinate from the day before. That was when something shifted in the air again. My own voice, faint as breath through mist. Marking crossing. It came from the far side of the stream. I jerked up so fast I sloshed half the bottle. I scanned the fog but saw only white layers between trunks. No silhouette, no movement. Just that steady water sound. I waited, listening for repetition. Nothing. I told myself, again, that it had to be acoustic reflection. The valley must have curved in some odd way, carrying my words across. It made sense on paper, less so in the gut. I crossed anyway, boots sinking into silt. Once on the far bank, the air felt heavier, as if moisture had thickened. Every sound dulled fast, even my own footsteps. I pressed on, eyes fixed on compass. At some point the slope began climbing instead of descending. I didn't notice right away. Fog distorts perspective. But soon the ground grew steep enough to make my calves burn. That didn't match the contour lines at all. According to the map, west should have taken me downhill, another half-mile before any rise. I paused, turned to reorient, and saw the clearing again through thinning mist. The same oval hollow, ghost, pale grass shining wet. I'd climbed uphill yet somehow ended below where I started. The angle made no geographic sense. Something inside me deflated then. You don't realize how much you depend on invisible logic. North stays north, slope behaves like math, until it stops behaving. I sat on a rock, unwrapped a granola bar I didn't taste, and forced myself to plan. I still had daylight, water, shelter. The woods were finite. There had to be an exit route. Getting angry at terrain only burns calories. So I treated it like any navigation error: stop, observe, deduce. Step 1: test magnetic interference. I placed my compass flat, then rotated my knife and multitool around it. The needle barely twitched. No significant field distortion. Step 2: altitude check. My altimeter showed an increase of 60 feet since morning, consistent with a slope climb, but visually I was lower. That discrepancy rattled me more than I wanted to admit. I spent the next hour walking perimeter circles at increasing radius, using dead reckoning to confirm direction changes. Every loop, somehow, returned me to sight of that same open ground. Either my pacing was wildly off, or the land curved back in impossible ways. By noon, frustration replaced fear. I started talking aloud again, narrating every movement into the recorder to anchor myself. 12:20, 2 p.m. Heading due northwest. Vegetation consistent with Spruce transition zone. Visibility 40 feet. The echo didn't answer this time, which was almost worse. Around 1, the fog thinned. Blue smudges of sky flickered overhead. I caught glimpses of distant ridges. Finally, real horizon lines. That gave me hope. I angled toward the clearest break in trees, pushing through brush until the ground dipped abruptly underfoot. An old road cut. Relief flooded me. 2 parallel berms. Faint wheel ruts half choked by moss, but unmistakable. Human-made. I followed the line north, figuring it would eventually meet the service road, where my truck was parked. For the next hour I made steady progress. The trail widened, evidence of tire tracks appearing faintly in mud. My watch ticked toward 3. I even started humming under my breath, a nervous habit, but it kept pace. Then I saw the mark, a diagonal knife slash on a pine trunk, weatherless and fresh. My mark, the same one from yesterday, when I'd tested my route north of the clearing. I stood staring at it for a long time, heartbeat thudding in my ears. There was no universe in which this cut could appear here, unless I'd somehow circled miles without realizing. But the slope, the light, even the sound of wind, everything matched my memory of that other spot. I dropped my pack, pulled out the compass, and started to laugh. Quiet, near hysterical laughter. Because the needle, unwavering through every test, now pointed directly at the clearing again. I followed it back, not out of curiosity anymore, but exhaustion. The meadow looked unchanged except for one detail. The grass flattened in a rough path from where I'd exited earlier, tracing my own footprints perfectly, ending at the center where the soil dipped darker, almost waterlogged. I crouched and touched it. Cold but not wet. The dirt compacted solid, like stone under a thin film of mud. Out of instinct, I tapped it with my boot heel. Hollow sound, a pocket of air under earth, maybe a buried root cavity. Nothing supernatural. I knelt and pressed an ear close. For a second, I swore I heard breathing, then realized it was my own, amplified by the bowl shape of the depression. I laughed again, weaker this time. The light was already dimming. Fog had started to creep back from the edges, silver and thick. I decided to make a second camp in the same spot, mostly because I was too mentally wrung out to risk another navigation attempt at dusk. Survival 101 scene: don't move when tired. Rest, reset. Try again with fresh head. Before pitching the tent, I gathered a few dead branches to form a small signal fire. though damp wood meant more smoke than flame. I hoped it might serve as a beacon if anyone was near enough to see. Then I set my recorder beside me, letting it capture ambient noise for later analysis. For half an hour, the only sound was the occasional drip of condensation from trees. Then, softly, like a playback, the recorder spoke. My voice from earlier that afternoon, 12:22 p.m., heading due northwest. Vegetation consistent. It played on, slightly slowed, words dragging as if the batteries were dying. But the device was still on record. Not playback. The red light hadn't changed. I stared at it until the voice faded mid-sentence. The file saved automatically. I didn't touch it again. I lay awake most of the night, mind stuck looping through possible explanations. Electromagnetic feedback. The mic picking up earlier data, somehow cached on internal memory. It didn't fit with the live red record light, but fatigue makes you accept bad logic just to have something. At some point I must have dozed, because I woke to a sound I couldn't immediately place. A steady, rhythmic click just outside the tent. Not animal movement, not rain. It repeated every 3 seconds exactly, like a metronome. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the door. Fog again, dense and pearled by moonlight. The clearing glowed faintly in the mist. The clicking stopped the instant I looked out. I scanned the perimeter, beams slicing through vapor. Nothing moved. But as I swept across the center depression, the light caught something reflective. I focused the beam. A small circle of metal protruded from the soil. Half buried, maybe 2 inches wide. Looked like a screw cap or fitting. I hesitated, then stepped barefoot onto the grass, keeping the light steady. The air smelled faintly of ozone, like before a storm. When I reached the center, the reflection vanished, hidden again by mud. I crouched, brushed soil aside. Nothing there. Just dark ground. That's when the sound returned. From inside the earth, the same click. 3-second interval, muffled but definite. I felt every hair on my arms lift. Mechanical noise underground isn't unheard of. Could be a spring seep, air bubble, even old drainage pipe expanding with temperature. Still, hearing it synchronized like that in a spot unmapped for decades did something strange to the back of my neck. I backed away, slow and deliberate, until I reached the tent. I zipped myself in, shoved earbuds deep, and played white noise until morning. When dawn came, the fog had cleared completely for the first time since I'd arrived. Sunlight hit the clearing, golden and sharp. I packed faster than I ever have in my career. Before leaving, I checked the GPS one last time. It had rebooted overnight. Coordinates finally loaded, but they didn't place me anywhere near the Kennebec parcel. The display read lat 46.0321N, long 70.2149W. That's Canadian territory, roughly 40 miles north of where I'd parked my truck. Which is impossible. I saved the point anyway. Then, I slung my pack and took my first step into the trees, due south, determined to keep walking until something made sense again. Behind me, faint but clear, came a single line of speech, my own voice carried on the morning air, marking crossing. The forest south of the clearing felt different that morning. Not ominous, just heavier, like humidity had mass. I checked my coordinates again. The GPS still showed that impossible northern location. Signal strength wavered between 2 bars and 0. Satellites flickering in and out. I left it running anyway. My compass needle held steady. That steadiness meant something solid to cling to, so I moved fast, counting paces, forcing a rhythm. Step, breathe, count to 100, mark the watch, repeat. That's the language of getting out. The sun climbed higher, pale and honest through birch branches. After an hour, the woods began to open into mixed spruce and fir. I felt the first clean breeze since yesterday. It smelled faintly of sap and highway dust, a promise of civilization. Then the air flattened again. The wind just stopped. I pushed forward another 50 yards, and the trees broke open to light. The clearing. My stomach dropped so hard I almost laughed. The same oval of grass, same frost stains. But now the center depression was darker, filled with shallow water reflecting sky like a mirror. I checked my watch. 10:30 a.m. and felt something close to anger. No, I said aloud, and it echoed softly back, no. That word startled me more than the landscape itself. The echo was faint but precise. I walked to the edge, staring across. My own boot prints crisscrossed from the day before. The water's surface rippled slightly, though no wind touched it. If I'd been less tired, I might have thought through what was happening. The compass, the GPS, the looping terrain. But fatigue compresses logic. I decided the only way forward was brute. Pick a bearing. Commit. Don't look back until the land truly changes. I tore a page from my notebook, wrote out 16, departing due east, 104:02 a.m., and pinned it under a small rock near the center. A marker for my own sanity. Then I started east. I walked for what felt like hours, using the sun's arc to confirm direction. The forest shifted. Denser pines, patches of fern, occasional rock shelves. I crossed a low ravine slick with mud, then climbed again. My altimeter ticked down, then up, then down again. None of it matched the contour lines in memory. At 1 p.m., I reached a ridge. Through gaps in the trees I could see distant hills, layered blue, gray, maybe the border ranges. Relief came in a rush so sharp it felt like nausea. I shouted. A raw, short yell. Half to release tension, half in hope someone might hear. The echo answered from behind me, not ahead. That sound froze me mid-breath. It was too close, too clear, as if a second version of myself stood 30 yards back, shouting the same word half a heartbeat later. I turned slowly. Trees, mist, nothing else. When I tried to take another step, my leg trembled. That was when I realized I hadn't eaten since dawn. I forced down a protein bar and kept moving, downhill this time, reasoning that any valley would lead to water, and eventually to people. The descent steepened until the ground slid underfoot. I fell through brush before bursting into sunlight again, directly into the clearing from the opposite side. It hit like vertigo. The same scene replaying from a new angle, as if the world had folded inward. My note was still pinned under the rock in the center, dry and untouched. I stood there for a long time, breathing slow, fighting the urge to panic. There's a rule every field worker learns early. Panic equals death faster than weather does. So I did what training dictated: sit, hydrate, assess. I wrote another entry once in 47 p.m. Second re-entry into same area. Compass consistent. Terrain behavior anomalous but likely perceptual loop. Mental fatigue, mirrored topography. Possible barometric inversion affecting light and sound. Writing helped. Words anchor reality. By late afternoon, the light had turned amber through the haze. I decided to try something different. Follow the stream I'd crossed the day before. Water always leads somewhere. If the land wanted to trick me, it would have to bend hydrology too. And that's harder than confusing a human sense of direction. I located the outlet, a narrow runnel draining from the meadow's east edge, and followed it. The trickle deepened within 100 yards. joining a creek that wounds south through low ground. I moved beside it, sometimes stepping into the water to stay oriented. The sound steadied me, simple physical proof of flow. As dusk approached, the forest began to thin. I spotted remnants of a fence post, half rotted. Civilization again. I picked up pace. Another 50 yards, and the smell changed. Wood smoke faint on the air. I called out, "Hello." No echo this time. Just silence, then the faint crack of a branch. I called again, louder. That's when I heard my name. Not shouted, spoken calmly from somewhere ahead. A man's voice, flat accentless tone. For an instant, every rational part of me surged with relief. Someone was there. "Hey! I'm here!" I yelled. "I've been turned around since yesterday." No answer. Just the creek's steady gurgle. I followed the sound of where the voice had been, scanning between trees. The light dimmed fast. Twilight hits like a curtain in these latitudes. After another few steps, the woods opened again into faint blue dusk, and I saw my own tent. Same model, same orange flysheet, pitched in the same curve of ground where I'd camped 2 nights ago. My breath caught. I approached slowly. The tent flap moved slightly with breeze, unzipped halfway. Inside, the floor mat was pressed with knee marks. My recorder sat near the door, red light blinking steady. I knelt and hit stop. The screen displayed file names stacked in sequence. 8 total. The most recent one was time-stamped 5 minutes ago. That was impossible. I'd been walking the whole time. I pressed play before I could think better of it. Static first, then my own voice, low and tense. Heading south along stream. Hearing someone call, male voice, "Believe I'm near help." The file cut off mid-sentence. I looked around. Nothing moved but fog creeping from the creek. I don't remember deciding to leave the tent. But suddenly I was walking again, recorder in pocket. Light fading to near black. I kept the creek on my right, moving downstream until the current widened to a shallow pool. Across that pool, headlights glowed. 2 beams steady and pale through mist. My heart leapt. Car lights, road, salvation. I shouted and waved the flashlight. The beams didn't move. As I stepped closer, I saw they weren't headlights at all. They were reflections. My own flashlight bouncing off something metallic under the water's surface. I waded in, pant legs soaking cold. The light revealed a submerged object, the hood of a pickup, its shape half buried in silt. A Ford Ranger. Same color as mine. The license plate numbers blurred beneath algae, but I could read enough to know. They matched. I stumbled back onto shore, chest hollow. The truck sat in a pool that shouldn't exist, no road leading in or out. Rain began again, thin drizzle whispering through leaves. I stood there until full dark, then returned toward the clearing, because it was the only landmark left that felt real. By the time I reached it, wind had risen hard from the west. The grass flattened and shimmered under lightning far off. I pitched the tent again out of instinct, but sleep never came. The storm passed overhead around midnight, thunder rolling slow. At some point, I switched on the recorder one last time. My voice sounds calmer on the playback than I remember feeling. October 16, 2023, 23:17 hours. Still within unmapped clearing. Multiple instrument anomalies. GPS displacement, echo phenomena, terrain repetition. Likely cause. Extreme fatigue combined with magnetite interference and visual inversion from fog reflection. Will remain until daylight, then head 180 degrees by sun azimuth. When dawn came, everything looked changed again. No clearing, just forest floor, dense underbrush where my tent had stood. My pack lay beside me dry. The GPS showed a new position less than half a mile from Route 201. I could hear trucks on the highway. I stumbled through brush until I saw asphalt shining wet. Cars passed, ordinary and loud. I flagged down the first one. A couple from Augusta. They said I was barely a mile from where I'd parked 2 days earlier. When I reached the pull-off, my truck sat exactly as I'd left it. Inside, the recorder lay on the passenger seat. Intact. Battery at half. There were 9 files saved. The last one, created at 6:02 a.m., long after I'd woken among trees, was silent except for faint background noise. Wind, water, and, buried deep in the static, a single phrase. My own voice, flat and distant, marking crossing. My name is Alicia Doran. I am 30, 4 years old, and have been a rafting guide on the Fraser River for 9 seasons. I started out on smaller commercial runs, day trips near Lytton, then multi-day expeditions through the canyon stretches, where the river narrows and folds into itself like it's trying to remember its own source. This year, I was leading private adventure tours under a new contract with an outfitter based in Hope, British Columbia. We called the farthest overnight point Camp 7. Beyond that, the water gets meaner, and the next reasonable take out is 50 kilometers downstream. On the morning of the storm, I had 6 clients, 2 couples and 2 solo travelers, all intermediate level rafters, confident enough to listen but not argue. We'd reached Camp 7 the evening before. Tents pitched on a flat sandbar where the river widened briefly. The current hummed low but steady, carrying debris from the upper basin. I remember thinking how calm it looked, compared to the mountain runoff I'd seen in the spring. Calm was always deceptive on the Fraser. The storm came in fast around midnight. No forecast had mentioned it. The wind flattened tents, and the rain turned the river into a mirror for lightning. I ordered everyone into their rain shells and made them gather the dry bags. We spent 2 hours holding down what we could, then huddled near the main raft, which I'd pulled higher on the bank. The air had that cold metal smell of snowmelt, even though we were well below the glacier line. By dawn, the rain stopped but left behind a fog that didn't lift. We ate in silence. When I did roll call, 2 tents were empty. The solo travelers, Mark and Dana. Their life vests and dry suits were gone too, though their helmets were still in the communal pile. At first I assumed they'd gone for a wash downstream, or maybe to scout a fishing spot. But when I called out, the sound went nowhere. It bounced, dull and shallow, as if the fog itself was swallowing it. We waited an hour before I decided to take one of the smaller rafts and check downstream. The river had risen maybe half a meter overnight. That doesn't sound like much, but on the Fraser, that's thousands of cubic meters of extra force. The water looked swollen, surface deceptively glassy, with patches of debris. Branches, bark, even a half-submerged cooler that might have been ours. I paddled with short, efficient strokes, keeping close to the bank where the current broke around gravel bars. 5 minutes down, I found footprints. 2 sets, pressed deep into the wet sand near a side eddy. They were fresh enough that water hadn't filled them completely. The impressions trailed toward the river, not away. I followed until the prints disappeared into the shallows. I called their names again, louder this time, but the sound just dissolved. The river made no reply. Usually you can hear the echo off the slopes. Here it was just water and wind. I marked the spot with my paddle and returned to camp to tell the others. One of the couples, Jared and Micah, wanted to join the search, but I refused. The fog was thick enough that you could lose sight of the raft 10 meters out. I radioed base, but static was all I got. We were out of range for cell coverage, and even satellite reception was hit or miss in that canyon. By noon, visibility improved. The fog broke into streamers, lifting to show a pale sky. That's when I saw it, a red shape on the water, upriver from us, drifting slowly against the current. At first, I thought it was debris caught in an eddy, but as it came closer, I recognized the outline. It was our missing raft, perfectly upright, gear lashed tight, dry bags secured, and it was moving upstream. For a second, I thought I'd lost my sense of direction, but the current, visible in the swirls of foam and sticks, was running strong downhill, as it always does. Yet the raft inched forward, bow cutting small ripples, stern steady, as though pulled by an invisible tow line. I yelled for the others. We all watched in silence as the red hull drifted past, maybe 20 meters from shore. No one was aboard. Paddles lay across the thwarts, and the rope line was coiled neatly. I saw the tag number on the side, C703 hours. The strangest part wasn't that it was moving upstream. It was the precision. No spin, no bobbing. It traveled as if guided by a current we couldn't see. Could it be wind? Micah asked. There's no wind, I said. The air was still, heavy. I felt the hair rise on my arms. My first thought was that it had been caught in a reverse flow. But the Fraser doesn't do that in these channels. Maybe a back eddy had looped it around, but the angle was wrong. It was climbing a gradient that no surface drift could overcome. I launched my own raft again, intending to intercept it before it vanished around the bend. Jared begged to come, but I refused. Stay with the camp, I told them. If I don't return by evening, flag base on the emergency beacon. The water was colder than before, shockingly so. I paddled hard, but the raft ahead maintained its pace, staying just out of reach. Once, I thought I saw movement inside, maybe a shadow shifting, but when I closed the gap, it was empty. I tried shouting again, not really expecting an answer. My voice came back thin and tired. After an hour, I realized it was useless. The upstream flow ended near a bend, where the river narrowed into a chute between two cliffs. The missing raft had already slipped into that channel. I decided not to follow. Rapids in that stretch are known for undercurrents strong enough to flip a boat from beneath. I made shore on a gravel bar, panting from the effort. From there, I could see the faint track of the other raft, disappearing into the mist farther upriver. I marked coordinates on my GPS, but the device froze, screen flickering, then showing the same number set repeating. I reset it twice before it finally restarted. I stayed there another 20 minutes, hoping maybe Mark or Dana would appear, or that the raft might drift back downstream the normal way. Nothing. Just the low rumble of water echoing between the cliffs. On the return trip, I hugged the bank. The current carried me faster than I expected, which made no sense. Same stretch, same river, yet it felt like a completely different system. By the time I reached camp, the others had packed our supplies, ready to leave. Micah was pacing near the beacon, which she'd triggered half an hour earlier. Any sign? She asked. Just their raft, I said. No one on it. We ate in silence again, huddled near the gear. I tried the radio once more. This time it caught a faint signal, static punctuated by bursts of voice. Something about a rescue team, maybe 20 kilometers downstream. I couldn't make out whether they'd received our beacon. By nightfall, the fog returned thicker than before. The river glowed faintly in the moonlight, moving fast again in its proper direction. Every few minutes, I'd think I heard paddling somewhere upstream. Short, steady strokes. But when I shone my headlamp that way, there was only fog. Around midnight, I woke to a faint scraping sound near the shore. At first I thought it was driftwood shifting. Then came a soft thud, rubber on rock. I grabbed my light and walked down to the waterline. The red raft was there, ours, perfectly upright, bow nudged against the sand. I froze. It looked identical, same coiled rope, same dry bags. I stepped closer and saw fresh boot prints on the floorboards. 2 sets. Wet, dark against the rubber. They led nowhere else. I didn't move for a full minute. The only sound was the quiet knock of water against rubber. I kept the headlamp steady, its beam bouncing off the glossy hull. The raft sat at a perfect angle, as though someone had guided it in and stepped out carefully. When I finally stepped closer, the smell hit me. River silt oil from the arlocks, and something sharper underneath, like ozone after a lightning strike. The boot prints were clear, one set smaller than the other, both recent. The heel marks were deep, as if the wearers had put their weight down hard before stepping away. Except there were no outgoing prints on the sand, just the ones inside the raft. I reached for the rope tied to the bow and gave it a pull. The current nudged the raft sideways, but it didn't drift off. It held position like it was snagged on something below. Yet when I leaned and checked the waterline with my light, there was nothing. No root, no stone ridge, no visible anchor. Jared came down from the tents behind me. "Yeah," I said quietly. He crouched next to me, breathing fast. "They came back." "Maybe," I said, though I didn't believe it. Mika joined us a moment later. The others stayed at the fire, whispering. Inside the raft, everything was neatly arranged. The paddles lashed together, dry bags stacked, straps tight. It looked as if I'd packed it myself that morning. The only new detail was a single life. Japet over the center thwart. Dana's, identifiable by the initials she'd drawn in marker. The edges were still wet. Mika reached toward it, but I stopped her. "Don't touch anything yet." We waited, listening. The river hummed low and steady. Somewhere upstream, a night bird called, the sound almost human in pitch. "I want to check something," I said finally. "Stay here." I stepped into the raft. It rocked once, then steadied. My boots left water on the floorboards, smudging the prints. I leaned toward the rear compartment and checked under the tarp. Everything inside was dry. Food packs, extra rope, spare oar, all accounted for. But when I unzipped the gear duffel, I found something that hadn't been there before: a small waterproof case, the kind used for cameras or phones. It was strapped beneath the seat, tucked out of sight. I pulled it free. The label on top read DW in black marker. Dana's initials again. I remembered she'd carried a GoPro and a small notebook. Said she liked to document her trips. The latch came open easily. Inside, the camera sat dry, battery light still blinking faintly. I turned it on. The last clip began automatically. The screen showed water, gray, turbulent, filmed from the raft's bow. Dana's voice, slightly breathless, narrated over it. "We're below Camp 7. Mark says he can see something upriver, maybe debris. Current's fighting us." Her voice trembled, not from fear but effort. "Feels wrong, like we're paddling uphill." The footage tilted. The raft shuddered as if caught in a whirlpool. Mark shouted something about a rope. Dana swung the camera around. For a brief second, the frame caught him at the stern, pulling against the water with all his strength. Then the image blurred, and everything went white. Static. Then nothing. I replayed it twice, looking for any sign of where they might have gone. But it ended the same way each time. White out in silence. Micah's voice broke in behind me. "Alicia, you're shaking." I hadn't noticed. My fingers had gone numb from gripping the case. "Pack up camp," I said. "We're heading out at first light." "No way," Jared said. "We can't leave them. They're not here," I said flatly. "And that's their raft. Whatever happened, we'll report it to SAR once we hit signal. The current's unpredictable after storms like that." He started to argue, but Micah stopped him. "She's right. We're not trained for a search." We hauled the raft onto higher ground and tied it to a boulder. I couldn't bring myself to sleep. The others drifted off in their tents, but I stayed by the fire, replaying the footage again, frame by frame, watching for any flicker of movement in the fog behind them. Nothing conclusive, just the steady rhythm of water. Sometime after 3 a.m., I heard the river change. You learn that sound after years guiding. How flow deepens or thins depending on what's upstream. This was a new one. A faint, even pulsing like a slow heartbeat. I rose and walked to the shore. The fog had lifted enough that I could see the opposite bank. A dark strip of spruce and alder. The current ran true again, pulling east toward the canyon. But in the middle channel, about 20 meters out, the surface kept breaking. Not debris this time. Bubbles, steady and circular, rising in rhythm. It looked like something was breathing beneath the river. I switched off the headlamp and crouched low. The sound faded when I stopped moving, came back when I exhaled. That scared me more than I'll admit. I stood still until my knees started to ache, then backed away slowly toward the fire. When morning came, the river looked normal. The fog had thinned into mist, light gold in the early sun. You could almost believe the night had been an illusion. We loaded our gear into 2 rafts, the red one and mine. I debated leaving the red one, but Jared insisted we tow it. "It's evidence," he said. "They'll want to see where it ended up." He was right. We lashed it behind my raft with a long line, just enough slack for current drift. As we pushed off, I felt a surge of relief. The water seemed calmer, almost friendly. The paddles dipped cleanly, no resistance. But after 10 minutes, the GPS froze again. Same glitch, coordinates repeating, then flickering to zeros. I tapped the screen. It rebooted, came back online, but the readout showed we were moving north. That couldn't be right. The Fraser flows south through this section before curving west toward the canyon. I double-checked the compass. It pointed downstream, correctly aligned. Yet the GPS insisted we were heading north, and the elevation numbers were dropping, not rising. Micah noticed my expression. "What's wrong?" "Instruments off," I said. "Ignore it. Keep paddling steady." We passed the point where I'd last seen the other raft the day before. The current was slower here, eddies circling around exposed boulders. I glanced back at the red raft. It trailed obediently behind, line taut, gliding without sway. Another hour passed. The river widened, and the wind picked up. I started to feel the fatigue set in from the sleepless night. I told the group we'd rest on the next bar we saw. That's when the rope between the rafts went slack. I looked back. The red raft had stopped moving. It floated in place, perfectly still, like it had snagged on something. The current around it continued as usual, pulling debris past, but the raft didn't budge. "Cut it loose," Mika said softly. "No," I said. I reeled in the line slowly, expecting to feel tension or catch. Nothing. The rope slid through my hands freely until the knot came up wet and frayed, as if it had been sliced clean underwater. The raft didn't drift away. It stayed where it was, bow pointed toward us, unmoving. "We can't just leave it," Jared said. "We're not going back," I told him. "We'll mark the coordinates and report it once we have service." He swore under his breath, but he didn't argue. We resumed paddling, silent now except for the scrape of oars. Every few minutes, I caught myself glancing behind. The red raft stayed visible far longer than it should have, shrinking slowly but always facing upstream, as though it were watching us leave. By midday, we reached a wider basin where the river curved toward a low ridge. The wind rose again, carrying a smell of pine sap and mud. For the first time since the storm, I saw signs of other rafters. An old fire ring, tire tracks from a supply truck. Civilization, or close enough. We made landfall and hauled our gear up the embankment. I climbed a little higher to get signal. My phone flickered to life. Weak bars, but enough for a call. The outfitter picked up on the second ring. "This is Doran, Camp 7 wrote," I said. "We've lost 2 clients. Their raft returned unmanned. Request SAR deployment from the Hope base." The dispatcher's voice crackled. "Copy that. But hold on. You're Doran, right? We already have a search running. Your emergency beacon went off around dawn." "I didn't trigger it," I said. "Not this morning. It's pinging from the upper canyon, just above Camp 7. That's impossible. We're 30 kilometers downstream." Then someone else must have turned it on. Static swallowed the rest of her sentence. The line went dead. I lowered the phone, heart thudding. Below me, the others were unloading gear, talking softly. The river gleamed in the sun, calm again, as if the night and fog had never happened. But when I looked back upstream, I could swear I saw something small and red moving against the current. Steady, deliberate, climbing back toward Camp 7. I kept watching the red speck for a long time, long after it could have been dismissed as a trick of sun glare. It never wavered, never turned with the current. Just crept, patient as breath, back toward the bend we'd come from. When I rejoined the group, I didn't mention it. We focused on pitching a temporary camp above the high water line. I wanted to rest before hiking up to the logging road that would lead to the ranger station. The others were exhausted and jumpy. No one wanted to sleep near the river, so we set up farther in the trees, where the sound of the current was muffled. Around late afternoon, the first helicopter appeared, tiny white, swinging low over the river's spine. I grabbed the signal mirror from my pack and flashed toward it. The craft circled once, banking wide, then dropped smoke about half a kilometer upstream. A pick-up zone. We packed fast. I told Jared to carry the camera case and Mika to grab the emergency beacon. The couple from Calgary helped drag the raft higher for visibility. The helicopter was already settling when we reached the clearing. A pair of SAR officers inside, rotors beating the trees flat. The crew chief leaned out, shouting over the noise, "You're Doran." I nodded and climbed aboard. Wind whipped grit into my eyes. The others followed, ducking low. Once inside, doors clamped shut and noise, dropped to a low mechanical growl. The crew chief wore the standard yellow jacket, with the BC SAR emblem stitched at the shoulder. His tag read, Ven DRLEE. He passed me a headset. "We got your signal at first light," he said. "Beacon placed on the left bank above Camp 7. We were told you were still upriver." "I didn't activate it," I said. "It wasn't with us." He frowned. "Then who did? I don't know. It's been a long 24 hours. He motioned toward the front. "We'll fly the section once more before heading back to base." Below us, the Fraser folded on itself in long silver tongues. The water still ran high, thick from runoff. Trees leaned over the banks, roots exposed. From the air, it looked calm. The kind of calm that kills you if you believe it. "Down there," I said, pointing. "That's where the raft reappeared. And that's where I found the camera." Vanderlee adjusted his headset mic. "Copy that." We banked over the bend. From this height, the details sharpened. Branches lodged in midstream, a logjam farther down, the familiar pale scar of our original campsite. Then, as we curved around the canyon wall, I saw it again, a red raft in the eddy below the cliff, resting easy against the rock. "Hold position," I yelled. The pilot circled, lowering until the river's spray hit the windows. The raft was upright, just as before, rope coiled neatly. A second SAR officer photographed through the open side door. "Tag matches the one logged to your group," he said. "CSEN 03. No sign of passengers." Vanderlee added, "I watched for any disturbance on the water. Waves, movement. A hint that someone had climbed out." Nothing. The raft sat half in shadow, half in light, completely still. "Can we land?" I asked. "Not safely," Vanderlee said. "We'll mark GPS and send a ground team." The words were automatic, but his face showed something else. A tight line of unease. "There's something odd about the way it's sitting," he murmured, more to himself than me. "Like it's wedged on a shelf." He had the pilot hover while they dropped a marker buoy upstream, its orange flag bright against the current. Then we pulled away, climbing over the ridges toward Hope. Inside the cabin, the noise gave everyone an excuse not to speak. I sat next to the window, holding Dana's camera case on my lap. My knuckles were white from the grip. It felt heavier than before, though I knew that was just fatigue. At base, they led us through intake, vitals, interviews. Typical post-incident procedure. The medical officer cleaned my raw palms, asked about hypothermia symptoms. I shook my head. My body was fine. It was my sense of direction that had come unstitched. When the debriefing started, I repeated everything in order. Storm, disappearance, the raft moving upstream, the midnight return, the beacon ping. They logged it all carefully. Vanderlee listened without expression, occasionally noting times. When I finished, he leaned back. "You said the raft was traveling upstream before dawn." "Yes." "Slowly, but definitely against the current." He looked down at his notes. "Any chance it was wind shear? We've seen odd reversals after cold fronts." "Not with that precision," I said. "It was too straight. No rotation, no drift." He nodded, thoughtful. "We'll send divers once the flow eases. For now, we'll mark it as an active search. You'll need to stay in Hope until they close the incident." I signed the forms, handed over the footage. A technician downloaded the data while I waited. The camera battery was nearly dead, so they plugged it in and replayed the files on a monitor. There were only 3 clips. The first was routine. Dana recording Mark tightening straps before launch, both laughing. The second, the one I'd already seen the current fighting them, the strange resistance. The third was new. A short, silent segment showing fog, close and colorless. The camera faced the waterline. Then it tilted slowly and went still. The timestamp read 0340 m, hours after the storm had passed. That was when I realized. So 0314 was the same time I'd heard the breathing from the river. The technician must have seen my expression. "You all right?" "Yeah," I said, though it wasn't true. They kept the camera for evidence. I signed another sheet and left the station into late afternoon sunlight. The town felt surreal. Cars, people, dry pavement, normal life. I hadn't seen any of it in days. I booked a room at a small motel near the highway and slept 12 hours straight. When I woke, SAR had already sent an update to my phone. Raft recovered. No occupants found. Beacon deactivated. I went back to the station anyway. Vander Lee was in the garage, unloading gear. They pulled it in near the canyon lip, he said before I could ask. Wedged under a ledge. Your mark was spot on. Anything inside? He hesitated. Nothing new. Same inventory you logged. Except, he turned and opened a locker. Inside lay the red raft, deflated now, drying under fans. On the floorboards, faint but visible, were two partial footprints. Wet outlines that hadn't evaporated even after exposure. They matched the ones you described. We think the material absorbed moisture differently where pressure was heavier. Meaning they were recent, I said. He nodded. Within 12 hours of recovery. So they were alive when it came back upstream. Possibly. But no tracks on shore. We combed both banks. He closed the locker door softly. Nature does strange things out there, he said. Eddies can hold objects for days, even push them upriver under the right conditions. Wind tunnels, temperature differentials, pressure layers. You name it. Sure, I said, though his tone sounded like a man convincing himself. I thanked him, signed the last release, and walked outside. The Fraser ran just beyond the tree line, calm and wide in the afternoon sun. From the dock, it looked ordinary. Industrial barges in the distance. Seagulls trailing the foam. Nothing in that gray surface hinted at the past 2 days. But I couldn't unsee the precision of that raft. The way it had aligned perfectly to the current. The way the footprints had faced forward, not back. For weeks afterward, I replayed the sequence. The storm, the fog, the impossible stillness. Friends tried to rationalize it. River rebound, optical illusion, exhausted perception. I even started to believe them, a little. Then, 2 months later, I received a call from a hydrology researcher at the University of Victoria. They'd been analyzing unusual flow data from sensors installed along the Fraser that season. One unit, located near Camp 7, had recorded a 10-minute reversal event around the time of the storm. Pressure spike followed by upstream displacement of roughly 1 kilometer. That's rare, he said. Not unheard of, but rare. Could be a landslide, pulse upstream, or sudden glacial release. You were guiding in that sector, right? Yeah, I said. He paused. Whatever it was, it moved a lot of water, then stopped instantly, like a breath in and out. After we hung up, I sat in silence, staring at the map spread across my table. The Fraser's blue line wound, like a living vein through the province. Camp 7 was just a speck on it, a bend nobody would notice. But I knew what it looked like from the ground. The sandbar, the fog, the way sound died there. In the end, The report listed Mark and Dana as missing, presumed drowned. The official cause cited: river reversal event linked to hydrological anomaly. Clean language for something none of us really understood. Every season since, I've gone back to guide new groups, though I stop well before Camp 7 now. Clients always ask about the name. I tell them it's just a marker from old mapping days. Sometimes, when the water drops low and the light hits just right, I think I see something caught near the far bank. A shape that looks like a raft, resting easy, bow pointed upstream. I never mention it. I just paddle harder with the current until it disappears. My name is Caleb Monroe. I am 34 years old, born and raised in Georgia. And I have hunted these woods since I was big enough to shoulder a rifle. The stretch I'm talking about lies east of Athens, a patch of Oconee National Forest where the pine grows thin and tall, and the air smells of resin and iron after rain. I've always thought of it as mine, in a quiet, respectful way, the sort of place you treat like an old neighbor. It changes with the seasons, but it remembers you. That afternoon I parked my truck at the service gate on an unpaved fire road, the kind that looks like it hasn't been graded in a decade. The sky was clean and low, with that weak amber glow that comes before sunset in November. I'd come to track a sounder of feral hogs that had been tearing up the pine flats near the creek bottoms. The ranger station posted a notice about them, and I figured I might as well lend a hand. It keeps the population down, and I get meat out of it. I moved light, just my .308, a pack with jerky, water, a small field knife, and a hand-held lantern clipped to my belt. I didn't plan on staying past dark, but hunters learn to carry light anyway. The temperature drops fast under pine canopy. The forest felt slow that evening. You can tell when the woods are breathing with you. The insects fade in rhythm, and even the crows seem to watch. I walked along a logging path cut by storms and left to grow over. The air was heavy with pitch and pine needles, and the ground muffled my steps. About a mile in, I stopped to check for sign. Fresh rooting covered a patch of red clay the size of a bathtub. The dirt was still moist and churned, the hoofprints sharp-edged. They'd been here within the day. I crouched, touched the soil, smelled it. You get good at reading time that way. The wind carried a faint sour musk that told me I wasn't far behind. I followed that scent downhill toward the creek, moving with the wind to keep it in my favor. Halfway down the slope, I noticed the first thing out of place, a faint glint through the trees, as if someone had hung a bit of glass to catch the sun. I stopped, let my eyes adjust. It flickered once, then vanished. My first thought was another hunter. It happens. Hog season brings people who don't always know where property lines are. I called out. Just a steady evening. The way you do to announce yourself without startling anyone. No answer came, just the hush of pine needles shifting high above. I shrugged it off. The light had probably been the last of the sump, catching on my scope or something metallic. But as I reached the bottom of the slope, where the land flattens and the air goes colder, I saw it again. Not a flash this time. A small, steady glow maybe 50 yards away. It was soft, yellowish, swinging slightly, the way a handheld lantern would move. My brain filed it under campers, though that made little sense. This part of Oconee wasn't a campground, and no one was supposed to light fires outside the designated sites. I watched for a while, crouched behind a sweet gum. The light moved slowly in an arc, circling. It would vanish behind trunks, reappear a few seconds later a little farther left, then disappear again. I couldn't hear footsteps or voices. The woods were dead quiet. I checked my phone. No signal, which was normal out there. I flicked off my rifle's safety and called again. "Hey, you out here hunting?" My voice came out too loud. The sound didn't carry right. It hit the trees and stopped. The light didn't pause. Didn't change speed. I figured maybe someone hogs the same way I was and didn't hear me. The glow was still just out of comfortable sight range. I started forward carefully, keeping my weapon down but ready. My boots sank into pine litter, soft as sand. The glow drifted wider, now to my right, then ahead again, almost like it was circling me. The more I tried to close the distance, the more it seemed to stay the same number of paces away. It wasn't retreating exactly. It just adjusted, slipping through the gaps before I reached them. I don't believe in the supernatural, but I do believe in human mistake. My best guess was that my eyes were misjudging distance in the dim light. Pine trunks at dusk create depth illusions. Still, unease crept in. The forest at that hour plays tricks. The birds stop calling, the wind slows, and all the color drains out until even the dirt looks blue. I told myself to keep calm, keep track of direction. I pulled out my compass. The needle held steady toward north. Good. I marked the light's position relative to the creek, then turned slightly left to intercept. My goal was to make contact. Maybe some kid had gotten lost, using a camping lantern to find the trail. The closer I moved, the clearer the light grew, not LD white, but an old-fashioned amber with a faint flicker. It reminded me of a kerosene type. Nobody used those anymore. The smell hit, faint but real. Oil smoke. Not wood smoke, not chemical, but the kind you get from a lantern wick burning too long. My pulse kicked up. Someone really was out here. I kept my pace slow, deliberate. The glow vanished again behind a cluster of dogwoods. When it reappeared, it was farther upslope, moving parallel to me now. I called one more time. "Hey, friend! You okay out there?" No reply. Just the rhythmic sway of that light, smooth and unhurried. I don't know how long I tracked it. Maybe 20 minutes, maybe more. The world had narrowed to that single moving glow and the crunch of my boots. The forest's edges blurred until I couldn't tell how far I'd wandered from my truck. Dusk had fully dropped by then. The horizon faded to a single stripe of red behind the trees, and the light became the only color left. I stopped, finally, realizing I'd been walking in wide circles. My footprints crossed themselves in the soft dirt, near a patch of hog tracks. The lantern was now behind me, 50 yards back, though I hadn't heard anyone move. It swayed gently between the trunks, too low for a flashlight held at chest level, too high for one resting on the ground. I felt my throat tighten. "If you're trying to mess with me," I called. "It's not funny." My words went nowhere, absorbed by pine bark. The glow tilted side to side, like a nod. Then it began to drift away. Uphill this time, toward the ridge line where the trees thinned. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to leave it. But curiosity, or maybe stubbornness, pulled me after it again. I climbed, steadying myself against the slope. The soil here was dry, crumbling, scattered with pine cones. My boots slipped twice. Each time, the light paused, then resumed as if waiting. When I crested the ridge, I saw it stop in an open clearing I didn't recognize. The trees gave way to a ring of tall grass. the earth bare at the center. The lantern hung in midair for a moment. No figure behind it that I could see. Then dipped lower until it vanished in the grass. I reached the edge, breathing hard. The field was silent. No rustle, no shape. Just the last bruised light of sunset sliding off the treetops. I waited, listening for steps or breathing. Nothing. I switched on my own lantern, sweeping the beam. It caught the reflection of something metallic near the center. I stepped closer and found a rusted shepherd's hook planted in the dirt, bent with age. Hanging from it was the source of the glow, an old kerosene lantern, glass intact but sooted, flames still flickering weakly. No one else was around. No prints led in or out of the clearing except mine. The grass nearest the hook was pressed flat, as if something heavy had rested there not long before. I crouched, examined it closer. The wick was trimmed clean, the oil still half full. It was impossible that such an old thing would be burning unattended. Yet here it was, steady as a heartbeat. I touched the metal. It was warm, not hot. I looked around again, sweeping my lantern through the trees. My own light flashed against bark, caught on shadows that jumped and folded. The air had gone utterly still. Then, faintly, I heard the grunt and rustle of hogs, not far off, somewhere beyond the clearing. I exhaled, grateful for something ordinary. Maybe whoever left the lantern had been hunting too, and set it down to mark a spot. Still, leaving open flame in a forest was reckless. I unscrewed the cap, ready to douse it. But as I reached for the handle, I noticed the flame shrinking on its own. Not flickering out, but drawing inward, tighter, until it looked like a single orange thread. Then it went dark. For a moment, my own lantern seemed dimmer too, as if the woods absorbed the light. The hair on my arms lifted. I told myself I was imagining it, that the air pressure had changed as night fell. I backed up slowly, watching the dead lantern. Behind me, a twig snapped. I spun, rifle raised. The beam cut through empty trees. No movement, no action. Another snap came, this time to my left. It was faint, deliberate. A slow pacing sound. I swung the light that way, but it met only the shifting dark. My chest tightened with the old primal awareness that something might be watching. I listened hard, counted my own breaths. The noise stopped. I stayed frozen for what felt like a full minute, then began stepping backward toward the ridge, keeping my beam steady. Whatever it was, hog, deer, or human, it wasn't making itself known. When I reached the tree line, I turned once more toward the clearing. The lantern, which had gone cold and dark, was lit again. Only now, it wasn't where I'd left it. It stood 30 feet closer, flame bright and unwavering, as if someone had moved it while I blinked. I didn't wait to see more. I turned downslope and began the long walk back toward the truck. The sound of my own breathing loud in my ears, the faint glow behind me matching my pace through the pines. The first mile down that ridge felt twice as long as the climb up. I kept my beam aimed ahead, steady as I could manage, every sense straining for sound. The forest around me had gone dense and airless. It wasn't silence. Exactly. More like the kind that happens before a thunderstorm, when everything is listening with you. My boots hit softer ground, the familiar pine duff giving way to clay and roots. I glanced over my shoulder once. The light still moved behind me, faint, steady, keeping its distance, maybe 50 yards. I could tell now it wasn't hand-held, it didn't bob like a person's gait. It glided level, weaving through the trees in a smooth arc. I forced myself to stay rational. Maybe the glow was refracting from my own lantern off fog or dust. Pine forests hold heat differently. Pockets of mist can act like mirrors. My father used to say, "The woods want to fool you if you let them." He meant it both ways, literal and not. I stopped near a split trunk to check direction. Compass steady. North to the truck. I was still on course. I took a long pull from my canteen and kept walking. The forest began to change character. Fewer pines, more oak and underbrush. The air smelled faintly of stagnant water. I was nearing the creek again. I picked up the faint trail I'd come in on, marked by my own prints. That should have comforted me, but it didn't. They looked fresher than they should have. Every depression was sharp, as if I'd passed minutes ago, not an hour. Behind me, the light flickered. Closer now. I felt that pulse of heat under my collar again, the kind that doesn't come from temperature. I stopped, spun, raised my beam. The yellow glow winked out instantly, swallowed by the dark. Only my light remained, slicing through the trunks. I waited. 1 second. 3. 10. Nothing. I started moving again, faster now. The crunch of my boots on pine needles echoed wrong, like someone else's steps a half beat behind mine. When I reached the low section near the creek, the ground dipped into a shallow gully, where water had run off earlier in the week. The air was cooler here, thick with that wet earth smell. I decided to cross and follow the slope back to the fire road. I was done for the night. The hogs could wait. I just stepped into the gully when I saw it again. The glow returning, this time ahead of me. Not behind. Not upslope. Directly across the creek bed, hovering at shoulder height. That stopped me cold. I steadied the lantern in my left hand, rifle in my right. My voice came out low but even. "If that's you playing games, you'd better speak up." The glow didn't move. It pulsed once, slow and deliberate, like someone turning a wick up a notch. Then it began its slow circle again, wide, patient, carving an arc that brought it to my left flank. I couldn't hear a footstep, couldn't see a body. The trees were too close for any ATV or truck. I kept my beam fixed where the glow had been, then swung it side to side. Nothing. When I turned back, the light was gone again. I took a breath, made myself focus. There were a dozen rational explanations. A lantern hung on a branch, and swinging in wind I couldn't feel. Another hunter cutting through the woods, who didn't want to give away position. Even a trick of reflection from my own lamp. But none of those explained the silence, or the way it seemed to move with intent. I crossed the creek in 2 steps, boots splashing, and climbed the opposite bank. From there, I could see the faint outline of the fire road through the trees. Relief came like a physical wave. The truck was maybe half a mile north, parked where the dirt widened into a small turnout. I kept my pace steady, not running, though my legs wanted to. Every few minutes I checked behind me. Nothing. The night deepened into that kind of black that only rural Georgia can make. No moon, no distant glow, just the absolute dark between trees. When I reached the road, I exhaled for real. The ruts were still damp from the rain earlier in the week. My own tire tracks visible under the lantern light. I followed them by memory, counting the dips. Halfway to the truck, I stopped again. Ahead of me, something bright winked through the trees. At first, I thought it was my taillight reflecting, but the truck was still too far. The glow was moving, slow, smooth, same as before. I killed my lantern. The dark folded in instantly. I waited, crouched low, watching that distant pulse of amber. It drifted along the road, toward me this time. If it was a person, they were walking silent. No crunch of gravel, no scuff of boots. I eased the rifle up, barrel angled low but ready. The glow kept coming, slow and even, until it reached a bend in the road about 30 yards away. It stopped there. I thought of calling out again but didn't. The part of my brain that handles reason had gone quiet, replaced by something older. The urge to stay still. A minute passed. The light didn't move. Then, gradually, it began to recede the other way, following the bend north, away from me. I turned my lantern back on and stood. Enough was enough. I'd followed just long enough to make sure no one was setting fires or breaking into my truck. I moved quick, boots whispering on dirt, keeping the beam low. When I reached the bend, the glow was gone again. But the smell returned. Kerosene smoke, faint and drifting. I followed it until I reached my truck. The tailgate was down. That stopped me cold again, because I hadn't left it that way. Everything inside was undisturbed. Cooler, rope, spare fuel can, all where I'd left them. But the tailgate's latch was unhooked clean, not yanked or broken. Just open. I felt the weight of that quiet pressing down again. I stood there for maybe a full minute, just listening. Then I caught sight of movement reflected in the glass of the rear window. A faint, wavering glow behind me in the tree line. I turned fast, beam snapping up. Nothing but black pines. The smell of oil smoke was stronger now. I shut the tailgate, got in the cab, and locked the doors. The sound of the latch clicking felt loud in that stillness. I started the engine, headlights flaring bright over the road. For a second, I saw the light clearly. The same lantern glow, caught in my beams like an animal's eyeshin. It hung motionless between two trunks, no figure holding it. Then, just as I shifted in a drive, it winked out. I stayed there with the engine idling, hands tight on the wheel. My pulse was in my throat. I told myself again it's explainable. Some hunter left an old lamp out. Maybe the flame flickered to life from trapped gas or residual heat. But none of that fit with what I'd seen. The movement, the pacing, the tailgate. I drove out slow, headlights cutting through the dust. The road twisted for half a mile before meeting the paved county lane. I didn't look in the mirrors. At the main road, I stopped long enough to jot a note in the glove box. The date, time, and rough coordinates. I've done that ever since I had an accident years back. Habit, in case something happens and someone needs to find me. I reached home just after 10. My wife, Laura, was asleep, the porch light left on for me. I sat in the truck for a minute before going in. The smell of kerosene still clung faintly to my clothes. Inside, I hung my rifle on its rack, set the lantern on the kitchen counter, and poured a glass of water. My hands were shaking more than I wanted to admit. The whole drive home, I'd been turning over possible explanations. Methane pockets, misfired signal lights, even prank hunters. But the woods don't play games that long, not without sound. When I finally got ready for bed, I caught myself glancing at the window more than once, half expecting to see a faint amber light through the pines behind our yard. It didn't come that night. But the next morning, when I went out to the truck, I noticed something strange. On the tailgate, faint but clear in the thin layer of dust, were 3 fingertip marks. Not smudges, clean streaks, as if someone with oil or soot on their hand had touched it. The spacing was wide, not child-sized, not quite normal either. I wiped them off and tried not to think about it. A few days later, Curiosity got the better of me. I went back to that part of the forest in daylight. The November sun cut through the canopy in clean columns, and the place looked harmless. Ordinary Georgia pines, birdsong, wind moving like it always had. I followed my old prints down the ridge, found the clearing again. The rusted shepherd's hook still stood, but the lantern was gone. The grass around it was flattened wider now, like something heavy had been dragged through recently. I walked a slow circle, checking for other tracks. None. Not deer, not hog. Only mine. From before. What made me pause wasn't the missing lantern, but what sat half, buried in the dirt beneath the hook, a square of glass, smoky and cracked, with the faint outline of a flame-shaped soot mark on the inside. It looked like the lens of a lantern, or what was left of it. I knelt and touched it. Cold. Too clean to have been there long. That's when the air shifted. A light breeze rising, carrying the same thin tang of kerosene. It passed quick, gone in seconds. I stood there, listening again to the woods breathing in. The tree swayed, shadows sliding like slow water. I stayed long enough to convince myself there was nothing else to find. Then I turned back toward the ridge, ready to leave. That's when, faintly, through the distance, I heard the hollow sound of metal knocking once. A hook against glass, or glass against hook. Soft, measured, far away. It came from downhill, near the creek. The sound came again, softer this time, like something hollow tapping once, and then waiting to see if I'd answer. I told myself it could be a branch striking a metal post. But that didn't fit, the rhythm was too clean, deliberate. I started toward it anyway. Habit, maybe. Hunters investigate noise. The path down to the creek was the same one I'd crossed that night, only now bright with sunlight. Nothing should have felt ominous, yet each step made the air heavier. Pine needles brushed my sleeves, dry and whispering. At the bottom, the creek ran shallow, clear over red clay. No lantern, no hook, no footprints but mine. I scanned upstream and down. Something glimmered under the water, a shard of glass, catching light. I fished it out with my knife. Same smoke tint, same soot mark as the lens in the clearing. 2 pieces now, from the same lamp. I turned the shard in my hand. The edge was clean, too clean. Glass that old should have weathered cloudy, not sharp enough to cut skin. I pocketed it and kept following the creek. Half a mile on, I reached the bend where I'd seen the light from across the water. The mud still bore my prints from that night. Next to them were others, shallow half, formed, like something pressed there and lifted again before weight settled. The pattern was Odyssey, 4 spaced marks oval, not hoofed, not boot, tread. I crouched closer. The impressions looked greasy, darkened slightly, and the smell of burnt oil lingered faintly above them. My stomach tightened. That was the point I realized how far I'd walk without marking my trail. The forest behind me looked identical in every direction. I took out my compass, still true north, and decided to loop back toward the truck. The walk up was longer than it should have been. Every few dozen yards, I found another shard. Slivers of lantern glass, some buried in pine litter, some resting clean on top like they'd been placed there. By the 5th piece, I stopped collecting them. Near the ridge line, the air turned thick and hot despite the cool morning. I heard something move ahead, the dry scrape of metal on bark. I froze. The sound came again, followed by a low grunt I recognized instantly: hog. Relief and tension hit together. Finally, something normal. I steadied the rifle, moving forward slow. The undergrowth was torn, roots pulled up. Fresh sign. The hog must have been big, maybe 200 pounds. I caught a flicker of black hide between pines, raised the scope, and waited. Then a new sound cut through. Not a grunt, but a short hiss, like air sucked through teeth. The hog bolted before I could line the shot, crashing downslope toward the clearing. I followed on instinct, heart pounding, cursing under my breath. When I broke into the open space, I stopped dead. The shepherd's hook stood where I'd left it, bent farther now, leaning toward the ground. Around it lay the carcass of a hog, split open from chest to flank. No bullet wound, no sign of predation, just a single clean cut, as if someone had opened it with a knife and walked away. The smell hit hard: copper, oil, decay. Flies already circled. I forced myself closer, fighting the churn in my stomach. The wound edges were slick with something dark, not blood, heavier, tar-like. When I leaned nearer, I saw it was soaked into the fur and glinted faintly in the light. The same kerosene sheen I'd smelled before. My hands trembled. I backed off, scanning the tree line. Nobody, no tools, no boot tracks, just that smell riding the breeze. Something about the angle of the hook caught my eye again. It wasn't stuck in the same spot as before. It had been pulled several inches deeper into the dirt, as if weight had hung from it. I tested it gently. The metal groaned. I thought of reporting it, the kill, the strange residue, but explaining it would sound wrong even to me. Maybe poachers, I told myself. Maybe they'd used fuel to mask scent or burn later. Everything needed an ordinary answer, and I was determined to find one. I left the clearing fast, cutting straight uphill toward the road. The heat pressed against my back like a hand. By the time I reached the truck, the sun was high and my shirt stuck to me with sweat. Before I climbed in, I checked the tailgate again. Clean. No prints this time, no suit. The metal, though, was warm. Too warm for the air temperature. I laid my palm flat against it and felt a faint vibration, like a tiny hum through the steel. I started the truck, drove straight to the ranger outpost. Ranger Davis was there, a man I'd known since high school. He looked up from his desk as I came in. "Morning, Caleb. You look like you've seen a ghost." "Nothing like that," I said. "Found a dead hog near the South Ridge. Split open clean. Thought you should log it." He jotted the details, half listening. When I mentioned the oil smell, he frowned. "You sure it wasn't diesel? Folks dump weird stuff out there." "Could be," I lied. "Lantern fuel, maybe." There was an old hook and some glass. Looked like somebody set up camp years back. Davis nodded slowly. "We've had reports of that section before. Fires seen through the trees. Always turns out to be reflection off water or hunters' lamps. You know how dusk gets out there." I did. Still, hearing it from him didn't ease anything. He said he'd send someone to check the carcass and waved me off with a half smile. "You need a break from those woods, man. They mess with your head if you stay too long." I agreed and left it at that. For a week I stayed out of the forest. Worked my job at the feed store, came home, pretended to sleep fine. But each night around dusk, I'd find myself standing by the back window, staring at the pines behind our property. I told myself it was just caution. That smell of oil and smoke still lodged in memory. Then one evening, the dog started barking at the tree line. A steady, low growl. I went out with a flashlight. Nothing there. When I turned to head back inside, I caught the faintest flicker in the far distance. A single pulse of yellow between trunks. I didn't tell Laura. The following Saturday, I decided to return one last time, if only to prove to myself that nothing was left to find. The sky was overcast, air thick with humidity. I parked at the same gate, took the same gear. The forest seemed quiet, ordinary again. The only sound was my own breathing. The clearing looked almost peaceful. No carcass, no hook. Just grass bent in the shape of where it had been. I searched the ground and found one more piece of glass, smaller than the rest, lying half, buried beside a patch of soot, black soil. I pocketed it without thinking. When I turned to leave, the wind rose sudden and sharp, carrying the scent of burning oil again. It wasn't coming from any direction I could name. Just there, all at once. I froze, scanning. The wind died as quickly as it came. But from deep in the forest, I heard the knock again, metal to glass. One strike, pause, then another. I followed it a short way, against my better judgment, until the sound stopped. The woods looked unchanged, yet the air shimmered faintly, like heat above asphalt, though the temperature was cool. I stood there long enough for the silence to start feeling heavy again, then turned back. On the way to the truck, I realized my pocket felt warm. The glass shard. I pulled it out. The surface was fogging slightly, condensation forming inside the crack. I set it on the road, stepped back. The fog swirled once, cleared, and the soot mark inside had shifted shape. No longer a flame. It looked like an open eye. That was enough. I left it there, drove home, and haven't been back since. 2 days later, Ranger Davis called. He sounded casual at first. "Hey, about that hog you found. We checked the sign of it. No bones, no blood, nothing. You sure of the location?" "Positive," I said. "Funny thing," he went on. "Moi found your tracks, but they looped around the same stretch of ridge 3 times. Couldn't figure why. GPS kept dropping too. Happens, I guess." After he hung up, I sat there a long time, staring at the lantern I'd left on the counter weeks before. I hadn't lit it since that night. Out of curiosity, I turned the knob and struck a match, expecting nothing. The wick caught immediately. Bright, steady, no smoke. I leaned close. It didn't smell like kerosene anymore. It smelled like pine resin and rain. I let it burn for a minute, then turned it off and stored it away in the shed. Haven't touched it since. Sometimes at dusk, when the wind shifts through the trees behind the house, I catch that faint oil tang again. The dog pricks his ears, growls once, then settles. And just for a second, between the trunks, there's a flicker. Not bright, not threatening, just moving in a slow circle, widening out like it always did, never quite close enough to see. I don't chase it anymore. I know better than to follow light through the pines at dusk. My name is Rene Hollis. I am a wildlife biologist contracted by the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department. I specialize in acoustic monitoring, specifically the study of nocturnal animal calls in northern hardwood forests. This account pertains to a field study conducted in mid-October along a tract of old-growth maple and beech forest outside Groton State Park. I submit it as a factual record of events that occurred during the course of my work, though the implications of what I heard remain unresolved. I arrived at the study site on the evening of October 13, 2022. The temperature had dropped sharply that week. Frost clung to the understory, and my breath fogged as I stepped out of the truck. I was alone. The project required no team, and the department's budget barely covered mileage, so I often worked solo. I had 3 autonomous recording units, ARUs, each capable of running through the night, capturing everything from barred owl hoots to the ultrasonic clicks of bats. My task was routine deploy, document coordinates, check battery life, leave overnight, and collect the next day. The forest felt oddly close that evening. Sound carried in peculiar ways. Boots crunching on frozen leaves echoed as if against walls. The area, known locally as Timber Run, hadn't been logged in nearly 80 years. Maple trunks thick as pillars rose around me, and the canopy, though thinning with autumn, still filtered the sunset into slow gold. I noted the hour, 5:21 p.m., and began setting my first unit along the northern ridge. I've done this work long enough to know the sounds of a settling forest. You start to recognize the intervals, the chorus of chickadees fading, the dry bark pops of temperature change, the far-off groan of branches rubbing high above. But that night, a strange rhythm interrupted the pattern. Somewhere ahead, just out of view, came a sequence of soft, evenly spaced knocks. 3 paws, 2. It reminded me of someone testing a trunk with a hammer. Woodpeckers don't tap like that at dusk. They sleep by then. I made a note on my recorder, possible anthropogenic noise, northeast quadrant, and moved closer. The sound stopped the moment I took my next step. The silence afterward felt denser, like the air itself was listening. I shook it off, marked the coordinates, and finished the first placement. Each ARU was mounted about chest height, secured to a tree with a nylon strap. I logged it in my field book. Unit, ridgeline GPS fix confirmed. The second site lay downhill near a small creek about half a mile south. I followed the slope through leaf, littered switchbacks, light fading fast, until the forest turned blue and damp around the watercourse. Here, twilight pooled thickly between trunks. I set Unit B near the stream bank, testing playback through my headphones. The unit emitted a faint hiss as it armed. Standard. I spoke a short calibration phrase. Rene Hollis, October 13th, Timber Run Site 2. Test. Then replayed it to ensure the mic caught my voice. It did. I smiled at the tinny echo, made my final adjustments, and secured the case shut. When I turned to climb back toward the truck, the air had shifted again. It was quieter than before, eerily so. Even the creek's babble sounded muted. I couldn't hear wind through the leaves, nor the chirp of the last crickets. I stood still, thinking maybe a predator was near, but nothing moved. Then came a sound behind me, click. Like a fingernail brushing the ARU's metal casing. I pivoted, flashlight sweeping the brush. The recorder hung untouched on the trunk where I'd fixed it. My beam caught only wet bark, glistening frost, my own breath. I stepped closer, inspected it. No tracks nearby, no broken twigs. Maybe ice contracting, I told myself. It was cold enough. Still, when I climbed back up toward the road, I kept catching faint repeats of the sound. A single click now, and then, always behind me, never ahead. By the time I reached the truck, the sky was ink. I'd run out of time to place the third unit, and decided to camp nearby, rather than risk the drive back on icy gravel. I carried a small one-person tent and thermal pad in the bed, standard kit for overnight deployments. I pitched it in the pool, off clearing, boiled water for tea on my jet boil, and wrote my notes by headlamp. At 8:42 p.m., I set my laptop to sync with the ARU schedule and prepared the final unit, labeled C. My plan was to hike it in before dawn, record the first morning chorus, then retrieve the others. The fire road beyond the clearing led another mile deeper into forest, and though I knew it well, It looked different under stars. Every branch caught moonlight like glass. I turned in early, headphones still around my neck. Wind hissed through the fly sheet, a steady lull until I started to drift. That's when the first playback began. It was faint, barely perceptible through the fabric, but unmistakable, my own voice, the calibration phrase I'd recorded hours earlier. Renee Hollis, October 13th, Timber Run Site 2 test. Then a hiss. Then silence. I sat up, certain I hadn't left any playback running. My ARUs don't transmit, they only record. And my laptop was closed, battery detached. The voice came again, this time from farther off, somewhere downhill toward the creek. It was the same phrase, same tone, same exact cadence, as though my own test had been caught and was now echoing back through the forest. I unzipped the tent and stepped into the cold. The air burned my throat. I listened hard, straining for anything beyond the rustle of branches. The voice repeated once more, softer this time, muffled by distance. Then it changed. Instead of test, it whispered my name. Just that, Renee. The syllables dragged slightly, more breath than sound. It felt wrong, not electronic, but human. I stood frozen for maybe a full minute before I forced myself back into the tent and zipped it tight. I told myself it was an echo, some quirk of the ARU playback I didn't understand yet, maybe feedback from the mic loop. Still, I turned on the lantern and left it burning all night. I didn't sleep. Morning came gray and brittle. I packed fast, breath fogging over the camp stove. Before heading out, I checked the laptop logs. No playback errors, no transmissions. Every ARU was in passive mode. I hesitated to collect Unit B first, the one near the creek. The forest seemed normal again in daylight. Squirrels darted through leaf piles. A flicker called from upslope, and the knock pattern I'd heard yesterday didn't return. But when I reached the stream, the ARU wasn't where I'd left it. The strap hung loose, unclipped, the recorder lying face, down in the mud. I lifted it carefully, wiping off silt. No claw marks, no human prints, just a shallow impression like the device had been set there gently. I checked the SD card slot, still sealed. Oddly, the battery light glowed green. It should have been off. I powered it down, slipped it into my pack, and marked the coordinates again. By midday, I'd retrieved all 3 units and drove to the regional office in Montpelier to process data. The others were empty, just wind and night ambience. But Unit B's file was huge, far longer than normal. I loaded it into the software, set noise filters, and hit play. For the first few minutes, I heard only expected sounds: the trickle of the stream, the faint wing beat of a bat, distant barred owl. Then, timestamp 23/24/905, a human voice, mine, spoke clearly. Renee Hollis, October 13th, Timber Run Site 2. Test. Exactly as recorded earlier. I smiled tightly, thinking nothing strange yet. Then 8 minutes later, another voice, softer, lower in volume, same pitch, whispered, Renee. I leaned closer to the waveform, adjusting gain. The voice repeated the name twice, each separated by about 20 seconds. The spectrogram pattern matched my own speech nearly perfectly, down to the harmonic fingerprint. Except for one thing, the timestamp. The whisper had been recorded at 5:03 p.m. I didn't speak into that unit until 5:41. I replayed it several times, confirming what the software showed. My voice. 40 minutes before I'd arrived at the creek. A chill climbed my spine, the kind that ignores logic. I checked the GPS metadata embedded in the audio header. It placed the sound precisely at the device's location. I even ran spectral comparison between the whisper and my calibration phrase, 97% match. I knew what that meant scientifically. It was my voice. The system was either logging time data, or something far less rational had occurred. I spent the next hour trying to disprove the anomaly. I read since the ARU's internal clock. No drift detected. I compared the other units' timestamps. They aligned perfectly. Yet only Unit B had the early whisper. Out of habit, I spoke aloud into my office recorder while taking notes. Possible modulation event due to static discharge. Will test replication under controlled environment. My voice trembled slightly, but writing it down helped keep me anchored. At 4:30 p.m., I packed the ARU back into its case and prepared to leave. The building was nearly empty. Dusk light poured in through the high windows, coloring the lab pale amber. I caught my reflection in the monitor. Tired, eyes ringed from no sleep. That's when my speakers crackled. A faint hiss, then a whisper, "Renee." I froze. The playback software wasn't active. I checked cables, everything unplugged. The sound came once more, softer, then faded completely. I shut everything down, locked the case, and drove home without looking back. But that night, when I imported the files to an external drive, the timestamps had changed again. The whisper now read 40:19 p.m., 2 minutes before I'd even arrived at Timber Run. I went back 2 nights later. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to know if the equipment had glitched, or if I had. A scientist's work depends on replication. If a phenomenon can't be repeated, it isn't real. That mantra had carried me through field seasons, full of false readings and tangled data. It had also convinced me to step alone into a forest that now felt like it was holding its breath. October 15th was colder still. Ice filmed the puddles on the fire road, and a low fog rolled through the maples, clinging to the ground like smoke. I parked in the same clearing and killed the headlights. For a long moment, I sat with the engine ticking, my own reflection staring back from the dark windshield. I could have driven away. Instead, I reached for the ARU case on the passenger seat. I brought only one unit this time, the same one from Site B. I'd wiped the SD card, reset the internal clock, and calibrated the mic twice. The department's lab tech, Ben, had checked it too. He found nothing wrong. No clock drift, no corruption, no interference. "Probably you talking near it before you started recording," he'd said. Except I hadn't. At 5:12 p.m., I began hiking toward the creek. The forest was identical but not. The path seemed narrower, branches bowed lower, as if weighed down by something unseen. My boots left pale prints in the frost, the kind that sparkle then vanish when you turn away. I reached the same maple trunk and reattached the ARU. I made myself speak clearly for the log. Renee Hollis, October 15th. Timber Run test, Site B. 5:17 p.m. Then I stood for a while, listening to my own breath in the cold. Nothing moved. Satisfied, I left the recorder running and followed the creek upstream for maybe 200 yards, where I set up a small camp stove beside a boulder. I planned to wait until midnight, check playback, and confirm there was no anomaly. By dusk, fog had thickened into gauze. The forest beyond my headlamp looked like it was breathing. Shapes shifting at the edge of light. The way mist moves when you want to see something in it. I ate half a protein bar, took field notes, and kept the thermos close. At 60:30, I started a low volume test playback from my laptop to ensure mic integrity. The forest around me filled with faint bird calls, recorded from earlier studies. Owls, thrushes, even a moose grunt or two. They sounded normal. The air swallowed them without echo. But at 6:37, a new sound threaded through the mix. One slow, deliberate knock. Then another. 3, pause, 2. The same pattern I'd heard on the first night. I muted the playback. The knocks stopped instantly. I waited, barely breathing. Nothing followed. The stream burbled as if unaware of the silence above it. I kept my headlamp off to let my eyes adjust. The fog pulsed faintly with moonlight. Then, faintly, through the static hush of the forest, a voice called my name. Renee. Soft but near. Maybe 30 feet downslope. The same direction as the recorder. I turned my flashlight on and scanned the trees. Nothing human. No Aishin. Only trunks, dark and wet. I called back, because silence felt worse. Who's there? The woods returned my voice an instant later, the echo bouncing close, almost convincingly mine. But beneath it, threaded faintly, was another repetition, a fraction earlier than my own. Who's there? It was as if my echo had jumped the gun, answering before I spoke. I felt my throat tighten. I wanted to run straight back to the truck. But curiosity, that awful, necessary instinct, kept me rooted. I forced myself to stay until midnight. If something was wrong with the recorder, I'd need data. The hours stretched thin. I wrote down temperature shifts, humidity, every minor sound: an owl at 9:02, a twig snap at 141, another sequence of knocks at 11:08. They always stopped when I acknowledged them. Always. At 11:57, I walked back to the ARU. The fog was so thick I could barely see my own boots. My headlamp beam flattened against it like a wall. I reached out, feeling for the maple trunk, and my fingertips brushed metal. The recorder, I checked its light, still blinking red, recording fine. No sign of tampering. Then, through the headphones plugged into the monitoring port, I heard myself. Renee Hollis, October 15th. Timber Run retest, Site B. 5:17 p.m. It was my calibration line, but the tone was wrong. Slightly slower. Like it had been spoken by someone imitating my rhythm after hearing it a dozen times. Then, a pause. Then, don't stay. The voice was still mine. I yanked the headphones off so fast the cord ripped free. My pulse felt like electricity. The rational part of my brain screamed. Somehow someone was feeding back old audio through another channel. Maybe prank radio. Maybe distortion through the unit's amp. But none of those made sense. The ARU doesn't transmit or play back. It only records. I shut the device down and shouldered my pack, too shaken to check anything else. As I turned toward the trail, I caught movement. A dark shape flicking between trunks, low to the ground but fast. My beam caught only mist and the twitch of branches after something had passed. The knock sequence came again, but now it sounded scattered, as if from several directions at once. I started running. The forest turned surreal in motion, fog breaking around me in bursts, roots catching at my boots. The knocks grew fainter, replaced by the sound of my own breath. When I reached the clearing, I nearly fell against the truck, fumbling for keys. Before I started the engine, I heard it once more, faint through the trees. Renee. That night I slept in my office, if you could call it sleep. I sat on the couch with lights on, replaying the events in my head. By dawn, I'd convinced myself it had to be an interference pattern. Some overlapping recording caused by residual data on the card. A glitch of compression algorithms. I needed to verify it. At 9:00 a.m., I connected the ARU to my laptop and opened the file. The first 3 hours were clean: wind, water, distant owl. At 11:06, faint knocks. At 11:57, the calibration phrase, my altered voice, and the warning. I analyzed waveform metadata. The whisper line appeared before the original calibration phrase. By about 6 minutes. Again. Earlier than I'd spoken it. I sat back, staring at the timestamp until my eyes blurred. The computer clock was synced to atomic time. There was no drift. No human error. The whisper simply existed before it should have. Around noon, Ben dropped by my office to ask about results. I didn't want to tell him everything, but I played the relevant section. He frowned, rubbing his beard. "That's you." "Right," I said. "Both parts. And the don't stay bit." I nodded. He chuckled nervously. "Weird splice. Maybe the unit recycled part of your calibration audio and it came before it." I interrupted. He looked at me then, really looked. Saw I wasn't joking. He backed toward the door. Could be some sort of buffer artifact. Let me take it to Burlington Lab. See if they can decode. I handed him the drive, grateful for an excuse to stop hearing my own ghost in the data. That night, I tried not to think about it. I cooked pasta, watched muted television, kept lights bright. But at 9:41, my phone buzzed. An email from Ben. Subject line: "You might want to check this." I opened the attachment. It was a spectrogram image, a color plot of the waveform. Across the frequency bands, faint but unmistakable, my name repeated in harmonic sequences, forming a visual pattern like a signature. Ran-E. Below it, smaller text in his email read, "This isn't compression. It's embedded modulation." Like something wrote it into the sound itself. He didn't answer my follow-up calls. 2 days passed. Then the department told me Ben hadn't shown up to work. His car was found near a trailhead south of Groton, doors locked, keys in ignition. They assumed he'd gone for a hike and gotten lost. I knew better than to say anything. That evening, I drove to Timber Run again. Against all sense, against fear. Because I needed to hear it from the source. If something was imprinting these sounds, I wanted proof it existed in the real world, not just on digital files. I packed a field mic, an analog recorder, and an old cassette deck. No digital anything. The forest accepted me in silence. I reached the same creek by twilight and set up the analog gear on the maple. I spoke calmly, each word recorded on magnetic tape. Renee Hollis, October 17th, Timber Run, analog test, Site B. Then I stepped back, heart pounding. The recorder's reels spun, catching the hiss of the forest. At first, only the stream's burble. Then a faint rustle, distant footsteps, almost measured. I spoke again, to mark the sound. Possible deer movement, East Ridge. The footsteps stopped. The forest inhaled. And then, through the headphones, came my own voice, unmistakable, though I hadn't spoken again. Possible deer movement, East Ridge. Exactly overlapping my last phrase, but starting half a second earlier. When my own voice spoke half a second before I did. I tore the headphones off like they'd burned. The forest stayed hushed, the fog trembling under my beam. I wanted to blame delay, some tiny feedback between input and output, but this was analog. There was no delay. Magnetic tape doesn't predict. I forced myself to check the recorder, steady hands only by habit. The reels turned normally. The tape hissed on. My breath condensed over it, vanishing almost before I saw it. Then I heard it again. This time not through the headphones, but faintly in the open air, several yards behind me. Possible deer movement, East Ridge. It sounded exactly like me, same inflection, same breath gap between words. but carried on the cold like a whisper through trees. I turned fast, flashlight cutting the mist. No figure. Only the stream glinting, and bark shining wet. My pulse thumped in my ears. Something rustled low near the ground, like dry leaves pushed aside by a hand. The fog moved differently there. Thicker, almost opaque. And then, clear as speech, Renee. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere. I dropped to one knee, pretending to adjust the tripod, just to do something that wasn't running. The voice had no echo, no distance. It might have been whispered directly beside my head. I whispered back, because silence felt like consent. "Who are you?" The answer was not a word. It was the sound of the recorder stopping. Click, I spun to face it. The reels were still. The light glowed steady red. I hadn't touched it. I approached slowly, pressing rewind with a gloved finger. The tape whirred back for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped itself without my hand. When I played it, I heard breathing. Mine. Shaky. And then that faint rustle again. Then my own whisper, "Who are you?" And after it, not delayed, but before, the same voice asking the same question, a heartbeat earlier. I shut it off. The forest seemed to lean in. Wind stirred high above. The first sound in what felt like hours. I pulled the cassette, slipped it into my coat pocket, and started up the trail. The light from my headlamp barely pierced the fog, so I aimed low, counting steps. At the ridge crest, the air shifted warmer. A faint metallic ringing echoed somewhere behind me, like the tone from an unplugged cable. At the truck, I locked the doors, started the engine, and let it idle. My hands were shaking. I didn't look out the window while the heater defrosted. When I finally pulled onto the road, the forest at my back seemed to flicker with my high beams. Light catching fog, or maybe figures. I drove all the way to Montpelier without turning on the radio. Back home, I didn't sleep. I placed the cassette on my kitchen table and just stared at it. The way you might watch a snake and try to decide whether it's real. At 300 a.m., I gave in and played it through my old stereo, using fresh headphones, analog all the way. The first half was ordinary. Then came that echoing overlap. The dual voices, mine and the other, layered but offset, like mirror images misaligned by seconds. Then the whisper, "Renee." After it, something new, faint but there. A low rhythmic pulse, almost subsonic. I boosted the gain. It formed syllables, too distorted to parse. When slowed, the pattern repeated every 16 seconds, like a breath drawn and released. I sat in the dark listening until dawn, unable to stop. Every instinct said I was hearing my own presence reflected back at me. But ahead of me, a loop out of sync. The next morning, I drove the cassette to Burlington myself. Ben was still missing. His office sat untouched. Coffee mug wringed dry, computer asleep. I left the tape with another tech and filed my field report in writing, stripped of emotion. Unverified temporal anomalies in audio data. Source indeterminate. They never sent me a reply. Weeks passed. November stripped the forest bare. The ground hardened with frost. I thought about filing an official withdrawal from the Timber Run study, but my name stayed on the permit. Maybe I needed it that way, to know the story hadn't finished without me. Then, early December, a small package arrived with no return address. Inside was the cassette I'd left in Burlington, and a folded printout, a spectrogram image. Across it, faint wave bands traced into the shape of letters. It read Lestem Maurer IT began. No sender, no note. Just the data. So, I went back. I told myself it was closure, but it felt more like gravity. Snow dusted the forest, softening everything. The air smelled metallic, like frozen water. I parked at the same clearing, took only my flashlight and the tape player. The trail looked different under snow, paler, less defined. But I could feel where the creek lay beneath the drifts, the shape of it in my bones. I reached the maple that had held the recorder, though the strap marks were nearly gone. I brushed snow from the bark, plugged my headphones into the player, and pressed play. The forest filled with hiss, then breathing. Mine from the night weeks before. I heard the whisper again, "Who are you?" followed by its own echo, half a second early. Then, new sound, not on any previous playback. A steady knock pattern. 3 pause 2. It wasn't coming from the tape. It was coming from the trees. The sound wrapped around me, branches shivering with each knock, as though the whole forest was keeping time. I turned slowly, pulse hammering. Every direction looked the same, pale trunks, thin fog, drifting snow. Then, through the headphones, a voice spoke directly into my right ear. My own, calm but cold. "If you're listening now, you already stayed too long." The player clicked off. I ripped the headphones away and looked up. On the opposite bank of the stream, half veiled in fog, a figure stood. My first thought was Ben, the build, the stance. But when it shifted, the movement mirrored mine exactly, a beat late. I raised my hand. It raised its left. I spoke, barely audible. "What do you want?" It mouthed the same words, delayed. Then I heard the whisper again. Not from the figure, but close behind my ear. "What do you want?" I turned, swinging the flashlight. Nothing. The beam hit snow, trees, air. When I looked back, the figure was gone. Silence folded over everything. Even the stream had quieted, ice forming along its edges. I stumbled forward to the other bank, half slipping, half crawling. Where the figure had stood, the snow was smooth. No tracks, no depressions. Just one object lying on the ground, my field ID tag, the one that had broken off my jacket weeks earlier. It was warm in my glove. I don't remember walking back to the truck. Only the sound. The faint replay of my name drifting through the woods, not ahead or behind anymore, but beside me. I left Vermont that winter, filed leave from the department, rented a cabin near Lake Champlain. I told people I was working on data analysis. The truth, I couldn't stand silence. I left a radio on day and night, just to keep the world anchored to now. But sound travels strangely across the lake. Some mornings, when fog rolls low, I hear faint phrases in the static between stations. Not words at first, just breath, then tone, then my name. The last time it happened, I recorded it on my phone, out of habit. When I played it back, I heard my own voice clearly. Renee Hollis, December 22nd. Lake Champlain, test. Except I hadn't spoken that yet. I'd only thought about saying it. The file's timestamp showed the recording started 47 seconds before I hit record. That's when I stopped all the devices. No more tests. No more notes. The forest at Timber Run is under seasonal closure now. Snow blocks the road till spring. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind pushes from the east, I still hear that rhythm faint under everything. The 3 knocks, pause, 2. And beneath it, softer than breath, the same voice always waiting for me to answer. Renee. My name is Scott Fenwick. I'm a volunteer maintenance worker for the Washington State Parks System, assigned to the northern section of Iron Ridge Preserve. It's not a glamorous role, mostly clearing brush, repainting trail posts, replacing wayfinding markers. But it's quiet work, steady, and that's what I wanted. I'm 52 now. After my wife passed, quiet started to mean something different. The park runs along the eastern slopes of the Cascades, near Leavenworth. It's a mix of dry pine ridges, alder gullies, and switchback trails that snake between old logging roads. The trails are marked by numbered cedar posts, sunk deep in the dirt with metal plates on top. Numbers engraved and painted over every few years. That's where I come in. Last April, we began our usual off-season maintenance. My section included the North Trail Loop, roughly 6 miles from the ranger station, up to Ridge Outlook, then back through a shaded valley, where the creeks run low even in spring. The markers there go from 11 through 22, spaced every few hundred yards. Simple enough. I remember the first time I saw marker 19. It was half buried in ferns near a bend in the trail where the path forks. One route heading higher into the ridge, the other veering toward the creek. The post leaned slightly forward, like something had tugged at it before the ground froze. I noted it on my clipboard, Fay 19, replace level. That afternoon, I dug the old one up and set a new post. Cedar, 4 feet tall. Driven 2 feet into the ground, gravel packed at the base. I tamped the dirt, checked alignment with the compass, and painted a fresh arrow pointing east. The correct direction for hikers heading toward the outlook. I remember feeling proud of that little detail. Something about making things orderly again, after a long winter of rot and wind. The next morning, when I came back through to check the line of markers, Fay 19 was facing west. It was still upright, perfectly straight. The soil tamped around the base as if I had just finished setting it. But the arrow, my arrow, was turned the wrong way, back toward the trailhead. I thought maybe I'd made a mistake. Maybe I'd been tired and misread the compass. So I pulled it up, re-checked bearings, and reset it, this time double, checking against the sun's angle. The ground wasn't disturbed beyond my work. No tracks, no sign of animals digging. Just my boot prints. I logged the correction in my report and went on. The next morning, marker 19 was reversed again. Not shifted slightly, not loosened by frost. Completely pulled, turned, and replanted. Now, if you've ever worked in maintenance for the Park Service, you know there's a simple rule. Never assume malice when nature or kids can explain it. The area's close enough to a couple trailheads that pranksters could hike in overnight. Maybe some kids camping without a permit had a laugh at my expense. But the thing was, no one had signed the logbook at Ridge Outlook that week. I checked, and the ground near Fay 19 was undisturbed. No prints, no tire marks, not even animal tracks. The soil around it looked pressed, not dug. On the third morning, I brought a colleague named Marty with me. He's been volunteering for 20 years. The kind of man who keeps his coffee in a thermos that smells like gasoline and tells stories about cuggers that always end with, "And that's why I don't hike alone." We walked the loop together, replacing a few other posts. When we got to 19, I showed him what I meant. "Probably frost heave," he said, squatting beside it. "See how the soil's all clay? Freezes overnight, expands, pushes the post up a little, lets it spin. It's packed with gravel," I told him, 2 feet down. He shrugged. "You know these slopes. Ground shifts." I didn't argue. He was older, and I didn't want to sound superstitious. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the post, how the paint looked untouched, the base too neat. I decided to check again at dawn, before the sun rose. The forest at that hour is hushed in a way that's not peaceful. Birds aren't up yet. The wind hasn't started moving. Every sound feels heavier than it should. I hiked out from the service road, flashlight bobbing between trees. When I reached the bend where F-19 stood, the beam caught something pale at the base. The post had been dug up again, replanted backward, and there were no footprints. Not mine, not anyone's. Just smooth soil around the post, pressed down like something had rolled instead of stepped. The arrow pointed directly toward the creek now. I stood there for a while, holding the flashlight against my chest, watching the mist crawl off the valley floor. I thought about taking a photo, but didn't. I don't know why. Maybe part of me didn't want to give it proof. Instead, I pulled the post out again, slower this time, to check the hole. The gravel I'd packed was gone. Just damp clay, slick and compacted, like it had swallowed the stones whole. The cedar smelled wrong, wet and metallic, like the inside of a well. I left it that way and went straight back to the station. The ranger on duty, Jill, listened politely while I explained. She asked if I might have miscounted the markers. Maybe I'd stopped at 18 and mistaken it for 19 in the dark. I knew I hadn't. Still, she logged my report, said she'd send someone to double check when the crew rotated in. That afternoon, I got assigned to repaint signs along the South Ridge instead. Part of me was relieved. 2 days later, Marty radioed me. "Hey, Fenwick. You've been messing with the North Loop again." I told him no. Why? "Your marker's gone," he said. Pulled clean out. I drove up. Sure enough, the spot was bare. No hole. No dirt mound. Just flat earth where the post had stood. The soil looked smooth, tamped by something heavy. Marty thought maybe a bear had dragged it off. But the weight of a cedar post isn't light, and bears don't move with precision. We searched the nearby brush. Nothing. For protocol's sake, we replaced it again. This time, we anchored it deeper, almost 3 feet down. Marty hammered rebar stakes into the corners for reinforcement. I marked the coordinates with my GPS, just to see if the spot might drift over time. That night, around 2 in the morning, I woke to static from my handheld radio. I kept it on the nightstand for weather alerts. Usually it's dead silent. Through the static came a voice. My name whispered once, too softly to catch where it came from. I sat up and waited. The radio went dead. At sunrise, I drove straight back to the North Trail. Marker 19 was standing upright, facing west again, and my GPS coordinates had shifted. By 12 feet, I thought that must be a glitch. GPS drift happens, cloud cover, magnetic interference. But the map showed the marker not at the fork, where it belonged, but halfway down the creek trail. I walked there, following the reading. The air was cold, fog still clinging low. About 50 yards off the trail, beside a line of alders, I found it. Marker 19, planted perfectly. Arrow turned toward the forest. No drag marks, no footprints. I crouched and noticed something etched into the cedar that hadn't been there before. Just below the number plate, a shallow carving, like letters scratched with a nail. Estiop. That word hit me harder than I'd like to admit. I told myself it had to be kids again. Maybe someone had found the marker and decided to mess with me. But there was something about the lettering. It wasn't playful. It was desperate, uneven, carved in overlapping strokes like whoever made it had been rushing. When I brushed away the dirt near the base, I noticed something else. A ring of stones buried just below the surface, half circling the post. Not random placement, symmetrical, like a boundary. I took one out. It was warm. I left everything and hiked back to the truck. My report that evening was short. Marker 19 relocated, vandalized. Request inspection. Jill filed it without comment. That night, the radio hissed again around 200 a.m. This time, it wasn't just static. It was breathing. Slow. Wet, then faint under the noise, a single word. Drawn out like the last air from a lung. When I went back the next morning, the post had been rotated again, facing straight down the valley, toward me. I didn't sleep that night, not really. I'd turned off the radio, but even in the quiet, I could swear I still heard the static, a kind of whispering beneath silence. The word turned stuck in my head until morning. By the time I drove back up to Iron Ridge, I'd convinced myself that exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Still, I packed differently that day. Flashlight, extra batteries, flag tape, small motion camera. The kind you mount on trees for wildlife. Jill signed out the gear without asking questions. She'd seen my face. When I reached the North Loop, the air felt denser than usual. Warm for late April, no breeze. The trailhead smelled of pine sap and something faintly metallic, like rain that hadn't fallen. Marker 19 stood where I'd left it yesterday, facing down the valley, arrow pointing wrong, just as before. The carved word Estiop looked deeper now, darkened as if the wood itself had drawn in moisture overnight. I circled the post, slow, careful. The soil was hard-packed, no tracks. Not mine. Not animals. The surrounding brush hadn't shifted an inch. I checked the motion camera. It had 36 hours of battery. I strapped it to a birch trunk, angled at the marker, and set it to trigger on motion or heat. If someone, or something, was moving the post, I wanted proof. That afternoon I worked other sections. Repainted a few faded signs, cleared fallen branches near the lower bridge. It should have felt good, grounding myself in the routine. But the forest didn't sound right. Every hammer strike echoed too long. Every gust of wind seemed to pause mid. Breath like the trees were holding still. By evening, clouds rolled over the ridge. The air turned cold and heavy, full of that dull electricity that warns of thunder. I debated staying overnight at the station, but curiosity had already taken root, so I decided to check the camera after dark. When I hiked back around 9, the forest was pitch black except for my beam. Mist drifted low, glowing faintly in the light like cigarette smoke. My boots made no sound on the dirt, like the ground was swallowing the noise. The post came into view 30 feet ahead, pale in the beam. It hadn't moved. Or maybe it had. Hard to tell in the dark. I crouched near the camera, checked the small red light. It was still recording. I felt a bit foolish for expecting anything else. Maybe I'd just finally caught the culprit, a raccoon, a prankster, even the wind. Anything ordinary would have been a relief. When I pulled the SD card and slotted it into the handheld viewer, I realized something was off right away. The Falconer read 1000. No clips. No motion triggers. I knew I'd armed it. The log even said so, armed at 10:80 a.m., but it hadn't captured a single frame. Then I looked at the timestamp. The internal clock had frozen at 10:18 too. I stood there in the dark, the mist thickening around me, and for a long time I couldn't decide what to do next. I took one step toward the post. Something cracked behind me. It wasn't far, just beyond the reach of my light. A clean, deliberate snap, like someone breaking a branch by hand. I turned the beam toward the sound. The fog folded back, but there was nothing. Only the trees, leaning slightly, like watchers. I called out, "Who's there?" No answer. Then another sound, a thud, low and heavy, like something landing on damp soil. I raised the light again. Just shadows. But the marker 19 had turned. Not fully, just a few degrees. Enough that the arrow now pointed diagonally toward me. I backed away, keeping the beam fixed on it. The post didn't move again, but the dirt around it looked darker, as though freshly watered. My chest tightened, and that metallic smell hit stronger. Wet cedar and rust. I left. Didn't even check the rest of the trail. I walked the whole way down without looking back. Every instinct in me screaming that the forest was full of something I couldn't name. At the station, I filed a half-hearted note about possible vandalism and said I'd retrieve the camera tomorrow. Jill glanced up from her desk. "You okay?" she asked. "I'm fine," I lied. "Just tired." "Stay off that loop for a bit," she said softly. "They're closing it next week anyway for maintenance." That night, the radio came alive again. No words this time, just breathing, steady, measured, too even to be random interference. I turned the volume down until it was barely audible, but the rhythm lingered in my chest long after I shut it off. The next morning, I returned to collect the camera. I told myself I was doing it for closure, but some deeper part of me wanted to see it move again, to prove that what I saw last night was possible. When I reached the bend, my boots sank deeper than usual. The soil was soft, recently disturbed. The post was gone. I scanned the clearing, nothing. No hole, no mound. It had been lifted clean out again. I found it about 10 yards down the slope, halfway submerged in a tangle of roots. But it wasn't standing. It was lying flat, parallel to the ground, like something had laid it there deliberately. And carved beneath the word Stiope was another line. Newer. Sharper. PLES. I ran my hand along the letters. They weren't fresh. Edges smooth, woods swollen. The message had been there longer than I'd realized. Maybe since before I'd first replaced the marker. The air felt colder, though the sun was breaking through. I thought about leaving it, pretending I hadn't seen anything. But protocol said I had to restore any damaged or removed trail marker. So I set it upright again. My hands shook as I tamped the soil. The wood was colder than it should have been, the kind of cold that doesn't come from air. When I finished, I stepped back and noticed something strange. Every bird sound had stopped. The forest went perfectly still. Then, from somewhere uphill, I heard a voice. A man's voice, distant but clear, calling my name. "Scott." It was familiar, though I couldn't place it right away. "Scott, up here." "Marty." I turned toward the ridge. The call came again, closer this time. "Scott, come see this." Relief hit me so hard I almost laughed. I started climbing. The brush was thick, slippery from the morning dew. The voice guided me, sometimes left, sometimes right, until I broke into a small clearing, maybe 50 yards from the trail. No one there. The voice stopped. The ground was bare except for one thing, another trail marker. Same cedar wood, same metal plate, but the number wasn't 19. It was 20. Except marker 20 belonged half a mile away, near the ridge overlook. I stood frozen, trying to make sense of it. Then I noticed the arrow. It pointed straight back down toward where I'd come from. Back toward 19, and carved faintly on its side. DUNTTURN. The words twisted in my chest. I felt dizzy, like the air had thinned. When I turned back down the slope, the trees looked wrong. Taller, closer together, every trunk angled slightly toward me. Something about the direction of the trail didn't add up either. I should have seen the creek by then, or the fork. Instead, everything looked the same in every direction. Brown needles, gray bark, fog curling between. I called for Marty again. No reply. I kept calling until my voice cracked, each echo bouncing back a little slower, a little less like me. That's when I saw the post ahead. Marker 19 again, or maybe another just like it. It stood exactly where I'd first replaced it, as if it had never been moved at all. The soil at the base undisturbed. Only now the arrow pointed uphill, toward the ridge where I was standing, and from somewhere behind me, too close this time, came the sound of wood being pulled from earth. A long, slow crack, followed by the soft thud of dirt falling away. I turned, flashlight snapping on instinct. For half a second, I thought I saw movement between the trees. A shape, not quite human, crouched low, its hands gripping something long and pale. Then it was gone. When I looked back at the post, Marker 19 was leaning slightly, as though something had just let go of it. I backed down the trail without turning my back. The forest seemed to breathe with me. Every step I took, it exhaled. By the time I reached the service road, I could still hear the slow, rhythmic sound of something digging. That night, I told Jill everything. Not just about the post, but the carvings, the voice, the way the trail seemed to rearrange itself. She didn't smile this time. She didn't dismiss it either. "You're not the first," she said quietly. "That section's been flagged before. Old boundary lines, pre-park days. We get reports every few years, posts moved, compasses spinning, that kind of thing." "What causes it?" I asked. She hesitated. Could be magnetic anomalies. Could be people. Or something else. She looked at me for a long time. "Just don't go back there alone." But I did. Because that night, the radio came alive again. A man's voice this time. Mine. "Scott," it said, through static. "Stop turning." When you hear your own voice over a dead radio, something in you shifts. Logic stops being a refuge. Every assumption about cause, reason, the order of things, starts to sound childish. That's what it felt like at 2:30 in the morning, sitting upright in my cabin, listening to myself whisper through static. Stop turning. I didn't sleep after that. Just waited for dawn like it was some kind of safety line. But when the sun finally came, the light didn't help. It just made everything ordinary again, and that almost made it worse. At 8, Jill called. Said a trail walker reported. Disturbed ground, near the North Loop. She asked if I'd ride out, since it was technically still my section. I thought about lying, saying I was sick, but the truth is I needed to see it through. Fear gets sticky when you leave it unfinished. The air was clearer that morning, blue sky between the pines, birds back in full chorus. You'd never guess how heavy the place had felt 2 nights before. I drove out past the ranger gate, parked by the old logging road, and walked the last mile in. By the time I reached marker 17, the temperature had dropped a few degrees. No wind. The forest was still again, but not silent, more like waiting. When I came around the bend toward 19, I stopped cold. There were 2 posts. One standing in its usual spot, arrow pointing uphill. The other, older, grayer, was lying half, buried across the path, its top plate rusted and nearly unreadable. I brushed the dirt away. The number stamped there was the same 19. 2 identical markers, years apart. The older one had that same carved word at the base. Stoop. But faint beneath it, almost worn smooth, were more letters. I knelt to trace them. Turn-B-C-K. My mouth went dry. I looked up at the newer post, the one I'd installed myself, and saw something I hadn't noticed before. The metal plate wasn't the same. It wasn't one of the new batch from inventory. The engraving was deeper, hand-stamped, like something from decades ago. I touched it. The metal was warm. Behind me, I heard movement. Just one step. I turned, slow. Nothing but trees. Then another sound. A hollow, dragging scrape, like wood sliding against wood. It came from deeper in the forest, beyond the fork that led toward the creek. My body wanted to run. My mind wanted proof. Proof always wins, right up until it kills you. I followed the sound. The path sloped down through damp underbrush where sunlight barely reached. The smell was stronger here. Wet cedar. Old soil, something like iron left in rain. I don't know how long I walked. The trail faded into soft ground, but the scraping didn't stop. It grew more deliberate, like whoever, or whatever, it was wanted me to follow. Finally, through a break in the trees, I saw a clearing. At its center stood a single post. Same height, same shape, but no number plate. Just raw wood, darkened by rot. And around it, maybe a dozen other posts, half buried, leaning, all unnumbered. Some old enough to have sunk almost entirely into the earth. A graveyard of markers. My knees nearly gave out. Every one of them faced inward toward the center. Every one had the same carved word at its base. Stiop. The newest one, the one in the middle, was different. Its arrow pointed straight down, into the ground. I felt it then, a tremor beneath my boots. Faint rhythmic, like slow breathing through soil. My radio crackled. I hadn't touched it. At first, just static. Then, faintly, Scott. It wasn't my voice this time. It was lower, rougher. Scott, please stop. I lifted the radio. Thumb frozen over the button. Who is this? No answer. Jill. That you. Static. Then, more words. So faint I had to hold the speaker to my ear. Don't let them turn again. The radio went silent. Something about that last word. Again. Hit a nerve I didn't know I had. Like this had all happened before. I looked back toward the trail. The way I'd come should have been visible through the trees. It wasn't. Just a wall of trunks and shadows. The forest had rearranged itself. Or maybe I'd walked wrong somehow. My GPS still blinked from my belt. I pulled it out. The screen was blank. Not frozen, just white. The air around the posts started to move then, in small circles. Wind from nowhere, whispering through leaves. But it wasn't random. It was coordinated. Like exhale, pause, inhale. One of the buried posts creaked, the sound of roots tearing from wet earth. Then another shifted. Then another. I stepped back. They began to turn. Slowly, each post rotated a few inches at a time, their arrows aligning. Not toward the center now, but toward me. All at once, the air went still again. And then, in perfect unison, they stopped moving. The ground at my feet gave a sudden lurch, softening like something beneath the surface had inhaled. My heel sank an inch before I could pull free. The soil pulsed once. It felt like standing on a lung. That's when I saw it, barely at first. Beneath the center post, the dirt had cracked open just enough to reveal a corner of something metallic. I crouched before I could stop myself. It wasn't metal after all. It was the corner of another plate. Numbered, rusted almost through. 19. There were layers of them down there. Posts upon posts, buried one after another, each with the same number. 19 upon 19, going down into the earth like a spine. I reached out, stupid reflex, and brushed the dirt away. The wood underneath was damp but warm, and when I pressed my palm flat against it, I felt a faint vibration, like something alive was waiting just below. I staggered back, heart pounding, and turned to run. But there was no path anymore. Only rows of trees that all looked the same. The forest had closed in completely. I picked a direction and ran anyway. My boots caught roots, branches whipped my face. But I kept going until light broke ahead, a thin slice of daylight between trunks. I stumbled through, gasping, and nearly fell onto the service road. When I turned back, the entrance was gone. Just solid timber and undergrowth. I don't remember driving back. Jill said I showed up at the station near noon, covered in mud, shaking so hard I could barely hold a cup. She didn't ask questions, just sat me down, took the radio from my pack, and turned it off. Later that afternoon, a storm rolled in. When it cleared, the park crew went to check the North Loop. They found the trail washed out. Half of it collapsed into the creek. Marker 19 was gone entirely. Probably the runoff, someone said. But I went back 2 days later, after hours. Couldn't help myself. The ground had dried some. The trail was still half gone, trees uprooted and tangled. And there, 20 feet downstream, lodged against a rock, was the post, still upright, still facing the wrong way, and beneath the rusted plate, barely visible under mud, was a new carving. Not sharp this time, not desperate. Smooth, deliberate. Tien Kyoyu. That should have been enough to end it. But it didn't, because that night, the ranger station radio picked up a signal on the maintenance frequency. An old beacon ping that hadn't been used since the 90s. The coordinates it broadcast matched the exact site of Marker 19. When they hiked in to investigate the next morning, they found nothing but roots and empty soil. No post, no beacon, no trace of the clearing I'd described. The park report lists it as erosion. Marker lost to storm damage. But sometimes when I'm out on the far trails, especially near dusk, I hear a hollow sound from the trees. A slow thud, followed by the faint scrape of wood against earth. And when I check my compass, the needle starts to turn, always north, always toward where 19 used to stand. I stopped replacing markers after that season, told them I was done, and they didn't argue. Still live nearby though. Can't quite leave the ridge behind. Some mornings, before sunrise, I walk out to the edge of the forest and listen. When the wind comes down the valley just right, it carries a sound like distant hammering. Sometimes it's faint. Sometimes it's close, and once, just once, I saw a cedar post standing in the grass near the road, arrow pointing east. The number plate was gone, but I didn't need it. I knew it was 19.